Welcome to Japanese Sleep Whispers, your sanctuary for peaceful nights and gentle dreams. Here, you will find calming bedtime stories inspired by the timeless beauty and traditions of Japan. Each story is read slowly in a soothing voice, accompanied by natural sounds such as flowing rivers and the tranquil rhythm of shishi-odoshi. Whether you seek relaxation, relief from stress, or help falling asleep, these tales invite you to drift away into a world of serenity. Imagine quiet temples, moonlit gardens, and the whispering bamboo forests as you listen. If you'd like these soothing stories to be part of your nightly routine, consider subscribing so they're always with you when you need them. Subscribe and let these stories be your nightly ritual of calm and rest. Thank you for being here. May you always find peace in every moment. The Gentle Voice of the Sea in Okinawa. Prologue: the shore where day gently ends. The day in Okinawa was nearing its close. Along a quiet stretch of shoreline, the sun lowered itself toward the horizon, its warm light spilling softly across the sand. The traveler walked slowly, barefoot on the cool grains, feeling each tiny shift of texture beneath the soles of their feet. The sea breathed in long, calm waves. A gentle hush rolled toward the shore again and again, a rhythm older than memory. Steady Inato lull even the busiest thoughts into silence. The tide had reached a peaceful balance. Not too high, not too low, just the perfect height to let the waves slide onto the sand in a slow, relaxing pulse. Above, thin streaks of cloud drifted lazily through the sky, their edges glowing faintly in shades of pink and gold. As the sun continued its descent, the horizon softened, melting into warm colors: peach, amber, and the slightest touch of lavender. A breeze moved gently across the coastline, carrying a faint scent of sea salt and warm stone. Palm trees along the distant path swayed with quiet deliberation, their fronds rustling in a whisper-like rhythm that matched the tone of the waves. The traveler paused beside a smooth, weather-worn rock, placing a hand on its cool surface. The stone held the memory of the day's sunlight, now fading to a soft, comforting warmth. The sea voice deepened slightly, not loud, never urgent, but steady, a tender invitation to step closer, to listen, to rest. As the sun reached the final edge of the horizon, the colors of the world grew softer, as though the entire island were slowly preparing to close its eyes. The traveler inhaled deeply. The air tasted of a quiet evening, gentle, salted, warm. Inato dissolved tension with each breath. Nothing hurried, nothing pressed forward. Even time seemed to move softly, slowing itself to match the pulse of the sea. And so, as the sky shifted toward twilight and the first hints of evening stars appeared faintly overhead, the traveler continued walking, each step slow, each breath deep, each moment blending into the next like waves along the endless shore. The sea, with its gentle voice, whispered a welcome to rest, to stillness, to sleep. Chapter 1: The First Evening Breeze. The first true breeze of the evening moved gently across the shoreline. It did not rush. It did not stir the world with any urgency. Instead, it drifted in like a soft sigh from the sea, a slow release of the warmth that had lingered through the afternoon. The traveler felt it first in the skin of their arms, a cool, delicate touch that carried with it the scent of salt and distant coral. The breeze brushed past as though greeting an old friend, familiar and calm. The waves responded with a little more softness, their edges smoothing as they reached the sand. Each crest rose lazily, tipped with the faintest white, then collapsed gently into a soft hush that spread across the beach like a whispered lullaby. Far out at the horizon, the last sliver of sunlight slid beneath the water with unhurried grace. The sky shifted from warm gold to a deepening mixture of blue and violet. The colors blended like watercolors on wet paper, soft, flowing, dissolving at the edges. The traveler paused their steps and stood quietly. A thin line of foam washed over their feet, cool and soothing, before slipping back into the rhythmic embrace of the sea. It felt as though the ocean was breathing with them. Inhale, a gentle wave rolling toward shore. Exhale, the wave retreating, leaving behind a darkened sheen of wet sand. The breeze passed again, this time moving through a cluster of seagrasses that bordered the beach path. Their thin blades swayed in a slow, rhythmic pattern, producing a faint rustling sound like distant paper lanterns gently touching in the wind. The traveler listened, not with any intent, but simply because the world had grown quiet enough that listening happened naturally, effortlessly. Every sound was soft, so soft that the spaces between them felt like part of the lullaby. A pair of small shells lay near the traveler's feet. When the next wave reached them, the shells clicked gently together, a tiny, clear note amid the deeper hush of water. The sound echoed for a moment before fading back into the evening air. The traveler lowered themselves to sit on the cool sand. The grains shifted softly beneath their weight, forming a gentle cradle that held them comfortably, as though the beach had been waiting for this exact moment. They rested their hands on the sand beside them. The texture was smooth in some places, slightly rough in others, cool below the surface, and warm where the last light still lingered. The sky darkened by degrees, never abruptly, but slowly, each minute brushing another layer of blue onto the canvas above. The first stars appeared, faint and blinking, as though testing the air before shining more deeply. The breeze carried the sound of distant waves striking the outer reef, a soft, muted crash, like someone closing a door far away, followed by a long, soothing sigh as the water spread itself outward. The traveler leaned back slightly, supporting themselves with their palms pressed into the sand. Their shoulders loosened. Their breath deepened. The world around them felt warm and demand endlessly gentle. No thoughts pressed forward. No memories asked to be recalled. The quiet was enough. Even the sea seemed to speak more softly now, its voice melting into the evening air. The traveler closed their eyes, just for a moment, but the moment stretched, became longer, became peaceful. The breeze passed again, carrying the warmth of the day away and leaving behind only calm. Night was settling in, a slow, calming night filled with the scent of salt, the sound of waves, and the gentle promise that rest would come easily to anyone who listened to the sea's whisper. Chapter 2: Footprints in the soft sand. The traveler rose slowly from their seat in the cool sand, feeling the faint resistance as the grains slipped away from beneath their hands. The night had now settled fully, yet it remained gentle, not dark, not heavy, but soft, like a warm blanket laid carefully across the world. They brushed their palms together, watching the last few grains fall. Each tiny fragment caught the faint starlight as it dropped, glimmering for the briefest moment before returning to the earth. The traveler began to walk. Not with any destination in mind. Not with any purpose or urgency. But with the slow, wandering ease that comes only when the heart is quiet enough to simply move because moving feels good. The sand accepted each step with barely a sound. A gentle impression formed under the traveler's heel, then their arch, then the tips of their toes. The footprints appeared like soft shadows, slightly darker than the surrounding beach, their edges smudged by the faint moisture carried inland by the tide. The traveler looked down and watched the marks stretch behind them in a long, meandering line, a line shaped by no pattern, no plan, only the rhythm of breath and the ease of evening. Ahead of them, the beach curved softly, almost imperceptibly, as though guiding them without insisting. The horizon glowed faintly, reflecting a distant fishing boat's lantern's tiny golden lights that swayed with the motion of the sea. The traveler's steps continued, slow and steady. With each one, a little more tension drifted away from their body and into the open air. The sound of the waves grew deeper here, more resonant, as though the shoreline had broadened and allowed the ocean's voice to unfurl more fully. A wave rolled up the shore, its edge brushing just close enough to reach the traveler's earlier footprints. When the water touched them, the dark shapes dissolved almost instantly, fading, softening, merging with the sand until nothing remained. The traveler watched as the sea erased the marks with gentle, unhurried strokes. No rush, no force, only the patient movement of water reclaiming what had always been its own. They continued forward. In the distance, a cluster of low rocks shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight. Small tide pools nestled between them, their surfaces still and glass-like, mirroring the stars with surprising clarity. The traveler approached one of the pools, sand crouched down beside it. The air here was cooler, the scent of salt stronger, the quiet deeper. The surface of the tide pool reflected the night sky so perfectly that it felt like a second heaven resting gently upon the earth. A tiny ripple spread across the water, not from the traveler's movement, but from a small creature within. Perhaps a shellfish, perhaps a small fish, gliding beneath the surface with silent grace. The ripple widened, soft and slow, and the reflected stars trembled for a moment as though shivering in the cool night air. The traveler smiled faintly and stood again, feeling the sand press upward through the thin soles of their sandals. A new breeze drifted in, carrying with it the faint scent of hibiscus. It was subtle, barely noticeable, but warm and sweet enough to soften the edges of thought. The traveler let the breeze pass over their face, over their arms, over their entire body, as though wrapping them in a gentle, fragrant embrace. They breathed in, slowly, deeply. Then exhaled, even more slowly. The footprints behind the M continued to fade under the touch of the night air. Each step into the sand created a new mark, but each wave or soft breath of wind cleared it away again. Something was comforting in that brief existence, the idea that each step mattered only in the moment it was taken, and then quietly returned to the earth. No trace, no burden, no past to carry. The traveler walked on. The curve of the beach revealed a small wooden pier extending into the sea, simple, weathered, but sturdy in the way that things cared for by the ocean often become. Lanterns hung at its edge, their light dim, soft, warm. The traveler felt drawn toward it not out of curiosity, but because the pier seemed to offer the same calm that had guided every step so far. The breeze deepened. The waves slowed. The world held its breath in the gentlest possible way. And the traveler continued, one soft footprint after another toward the quiet wooden pier that waited in the moonlit blue. Chapter 3: Moonlit Reflections on the Wooden Pier. The wooden pier extended softly into the sea, its planks pale beneath the moonlight, its edges softened by years of tides and sun and wind. The traveler approached it with unhurried steps, as though following a quiet invitation carried on the breeze. The lanterns that hung from the posts glowed with a subdued amber. Light not bright enough to disturb the darkness, but warm enough to create a gentle halo around each flame. The traveler stepped onto the pier. The wood creaked a delicate, familiar sound like a soft sigh from something that had waited a long time for another presence. The traveler paused, feeling the slight sway of the structure beneath their feet, the subtle rocking as the tide shifted below. The sea brushed the pillars with a slow, rhythmic hush, its voice deeper here, just beneath the traveler as though speaking from the center of the night itself. They walked forward, the lantern light dancing in liquid reflections upon the water's surface. Each step carried a soft harmony, the faint scrape of sandal against wood, the sigh of the ocean, the whisper of the breeze moving through unseen spaces. The traveler reached the end of the pier and rested both hands on the cool wooden rail. The night opened before them. The sea stretched outward, smooth and endless, holding the moon's reflection as gently as if it were a fragile piece of glasswork. The moon itself hung low round, serene, its pale glow drifting softly over the surface of the ocean. The traveler leaned forward slightly and peered down at the water. The reflection trembled, not from wind, for the air was still, but from the subtle pulse of the waves beneath a slow rhythm, like the calm beating of a sleeping heart. As the traveler watched, the moonlit path on the sea elongated and narrowed, widened and softened, as though inviting them to follow it into some deeper, quieter place beyond waking thought. A faint creaking carried through the pier, echoing softly, as though the wood itself were humming a low, peaceful note. The traveler closed their eyes. Behind their eyelids, the moonlight still glowed a soft, silver warmth that drifted in slow circles through their mind. Breathing in, their chest expanded gently, like a tide rising. Breathing out, their shoulders loosened, like a tide fading. A new breeze arrived, moving across the surface of the sea with a sound like silk sliding over polished wood. It touched the traveler's face, cool and smooth, carrying with it the faint scent of distant coral and drifting seaweed and something sweet, perhaps night-blooming flowers along the hidden coves. The traveler opened their eyes again to the moon's reflection. The light trembled once more, this time aligning with the gentle rise of a small wave. The wave rolled forward, silently approaching the pier, its crest barely forming before smoothing out again into a polished sheet of moonlit silver. The water lightly tapped against the wooden posts, a quiet, rhythmic knock, steady inato. Settled into the traveler's bones like the slow beat of a drum made for sleep. The traveler released a long breath. A warmth spread through their chest. Their thoughts softened at the edges, unwinding gently as the night folded around them. They let their weight rest against the railing, feeling the wood's coolness through their palms. Somewhere far off, a single wave broke against a hidden reef, a soft, echoing sound that drifted toward the pier as naturally as the moon's reflection. Overhead, the sky remained clear and vast, sprinkled with stars that pulsed faintly in the deep blue silence. One star, just above the horizon, shone brighter than the rest, casting a tiny thread of light across the water, a thread that shimmered each time the tide breathed. The traveler watched it, their gaze soft, unfocused, as though looking into a dream. Below them, the pier continued to sway, its movement so subtle that it felt like the gentle rocking of a cradle set upon dark, peaceful water. The traveler's eyelids grew heavier. The warm lantern light flickered softly, its glow stretching just far enough to illuminate the traveler's hands and the top of the railing. Everything beyond that glow remained calm, dim, hushed. A perfect balance between light and shadow, wakefulness and rest. The traveler lowered their heads slightly, allowing their body to follow the pier's rhythm. The breeze shifted direction, carrying a distant melody, not a song, not anything composed, but the subtle harmony of wind moving through palm leaves along the far shoreline. The sound rose and fell, intertwining with the waves, layering itself into the quiet of the night like a soft blanket of sound. The traveler closed their eyes once more. This time, they did not open them. They simply breathed, listened, and allowed the rhythm of the pier and the whisper of the sea to settle deeper and deeper within their resting body. The moon shone on, steady and unwavering, casting its silvery path across the ocean, a path that seemed to stretch directly from the traveler's heart into the quiet distance. The lanterns flickered gently as the night grew softer still, and the pier held the traveler in its quiet, slow, peaceful embrace. Chapter 4: The Whispering Tide Beneath the Stars. The traveler remained at the end of the wooden pier, eyes softly closed, breath steady and unhurried, as the night deepened into an even quieter shade of blue and silver. Below, the tide continued to ebb. A long, slow inhale, a faint rising of the water's surface, a gentle swelling beneath the wooden beams. Then, a slow exhale, a barely perceptible retreat, as though the sea itself were calming into sleep. The traveler opened their eyes again, only slightly, to find the horizon blurred beneath the shimmer of starlight. The stars above seemed to reflect themselves in the sea below with a soft, wavering glow, as though the entire sky had lowered itself to rest along the water. A gust of wind passed through, so light it felt more like a saitana breeze. It brushed against the traveler's hair, moving a few strands across their forehead with a slow, deliberate gentleness. The lantern nearest them swayed, its flame bending briefly before steadying again in a soft, warm glow. The traveler stepped back slightly from the railing and turned toward the length of the pier. The lantern light marked the wooden uneven pools, circles of amber that blended seamlessly into the muted blue of the moonlit planks. The shadows seemed softer here, almost fluid, as though shaped not by darkness but by quiet. Taking a single slow breath, the traveler lowered themselves onto the pier, sitting with their legs outstretched and their palms resting lightly against the cool wood. They leaned back just enough to open the sky above them. The stars stretched outward in a wide, patient arc, some bright, some faint, all steady in the deep stillness of night. One star, directly overhead, glistened with a clarity that made it seem closer than the rest. The traveler watched it, their gaze soft and unfocused. The tide whispered beneath them, not loud, not forceful, but persistent, steady. A quiet, repeating murmur that rose and fell like distant breath. The traveler closed their eyes again, letting the whispering tide fill the space inside their mind. First the sound came from below, soft and subdued. Then it seemed to drift closer, as though spreading gently across the traveler's thoughts in slow, rhythmic waves. Inhale, exhale, rise, fall. The tide's voice aligned effortlessly with the traveler's breathing, creating a peaceful pattern that wrapped around them like a warm night air. The pier shifted with the movement of the sea, just a slight tilt, a soft adjustment, almost like the gentle rocking of a hammock suspended in darkness. The traveler allowed the motion to lull them further. The night was so quiet that even the smallest sounds became part of a delicate, natural harmony. The faint clinking of the lantern hooks as they swayed. The almost silent tap of a small piece of driftwood pushed gently against a pillar. The murmur of the waves beneath the beams. Each sound is soft, distant, unfolding slowly into the quiet. The traveler lowered themselves further, lying back on the wooden planks. The wood was cool beneath them, but the coolness felt calming, like stepping into a pool of evening air. They rested their head in the crook of one arm, letting their other hand fall loosely at their side. Above, the stars remained steady. The moon hung at a height that illuminated the pier with a soft silver wash. Bright Inato reflect in the traveler's eyes when they opened, but gentle Inato feel like the glow of a distant lantern. A wave struck the pier's foundation with a deeper, more resonant sound. Its echo traveled upward through the wooden beams, reaching the traveler's back as a faint vibration. The sensation was warm, comforting, like a soft hand pressed gently between their shoulder blades. The traveler breathed out, a long, contented sigh. Their eyelids fluttered but did not fully open. The tide whispered again, a long, slow roll that carried a hint of distant coral reef brushed by the ocean. The breeze moved through once more, this time bringing with it a faint, warm scent that might have been the memory of daytime sun held within the sand. It slipped past the traveler's ear, leaving a soft hum in its wake. Slowly, a quiet thought drifted across them, not fully formed, not in words, but something like, "The night is here. You may rest." The traveler let the thought settle, nestling deeper into the wood, feeling the pier's slow, soothing sway beneath their body. Their breath matched the sea again. Inhale, the tide rises. Exhale, the tide falls. The stars above blurred softly as their eyes grew heavier. The world felt distant and close all at once, as though they were floating on the edge of waking and dreaming. The tide whispered on, steady, calming, repeating its eternal lullaby beneath the night sky. And the traveler surrendered a little more deeply to the quiet. Chapter 5: Driftwood Dreams along the shore. The traveler rose slowly from the wooden pier, as though the night itself were guiding their movements with gentle hands. Standing once more, they took in a long, unhurried breath, the scent of the ocean mingling with the cool sweetness of the late-night air. The lantern light behind them flickered softly, its glow stretching in thin, amber lines across the planks. They stepped off the pier and returned to the beach. The sand welcomed their feet with a soft, familiar sigh, a fine, cool powder that shifted smoothly beneath each step. In the moonlight, the beach appeared paler than before, the grains glimmering faintly as though dusted with a thin layer of stars. A quiet breeze flowed inland, tracing gentle patterns along the surface of the sand, delicate ripples that shimmered as they caught the light. The traveler strolled, their steps leaving shallow impressions that faded almost instantly under the touch of the wind. Ahead, the shoreline curved toward a quieter, more untouched stretch of beach. There, scattered pieces of driftwood rested along the sand, pale, smooth, worn by years of tide sand softened by sunlight and salt. The traveler approached them, drawn not by curiosity but by the calm presence they seemed to exude. A long piece of driftwood bleached almost white, its edges rounded lay half buried near the water's reach. The traveler lowered themselves onto the sand beside it, settling into a comfortable position with knees slightly bent and hands resting loosely on the ground. The driftwood felt cool, its grain smooth, as though the sea had polished it carefully with countless waves. The tide rolled forward again, reaching just close enough to leave a thin sheen of moisture on the sand. The sound was soft, a gentle brushing, like fabric sliding over a wooden floor. The traveler allowed their thoughts to drift, unanchored and unhurried. The night air seemed to hum quietly, as though filled with distant memories of waves and wind and all the stories the sea had ever whispered. A small crab scuttled past the driftwood, its tiny legs making almost no sound at all. It paused briefly, its shadow crisp in the moonlight, before vanishing into a small hollow beneath a piece of coral. The traveler watched it go, their gaze soft, their mind gently unspooling from the day's remnants. Above, the moon had climbed higher, casting a long, silver path across the ocean's surface. The waves along that path glimmered faintly, a slow, shimmering dance that rose and fell with the tide. The traveler's breath began to follow the same rhythm. In, slow, steady, like a wave forming. Out, soft, lingering, like a wave fading. The driftwood beside them seemed to radiate a quiet warmth, not physical heat, but a sense of calm, as though it held the memory of sunlit days and peaceful tides. The traveler closed their eyes, letting their fingers trace the wood's smooth surface. Each ridge and curve felt gentle, natural, as if carved not by time but by tranquility itself. The sand shifted softly as the traveler adjusted their posture, leaning back on their hands and tilting their face toward the sky. A thin veil of clouds drifted lazily overhead, barely visible against the deep blue expanse. They moved so slowly that it was difficult to tell whether they drifted at all, like the slow drift of half-formed dreams on the edge of sleep. The tide rolled in once more, its voice lower now, a deep, soothing murmur that seemed to echo from beneath the earth. It reached closer this time, kissing the sand near the traveler's feet before slipping away again with a faint, shimmering pull. The traveler lay back fully, feeling the sand cradle the shape of their body, a soft, stable hold that made it easy to surrender more deeply to rest. Their arms stretched out gently at their sides. Their fingers curled loosely into the cool grains. The sound of the ocean filled their ears, a continuous lullaby, layered with subtleties that revealed themselves only to those who listened slowly. The rush of the tide. The faint pop of tiny bubbles beneath the foam. The whisper of wind glides along the water's edge. The distant call of a nocturnal seabird. Together, these sounds blended into a single, soft harmony, a sound that carried both the weight and the lightness of sleep. The traveler's breathing grew even slower. The moonlight, the driftwood, the sand, the tide all blended into one feeling. A warm, serene drift that carried them just beyond the border of waking. The traveler opened their eyes one last time, half-lidded, dream-hazed. The stars glimmered faintly above, their light distant yet comforting. The driftwood beside them seemed to pulse slightly with each gentle movement of the tide. The breeze brushed over their skin like a whisper. Rest now. The traveler's eyes closed fully, their body sinking deeper into the soft embrace of the beach. The tide continued to murmur, carrying them into a state that felt almost like dreaming, but softer, gentler, quieter. A moment without weight, a moment without thought. Only the night, the sea, and the slow drift towards sleep. Chapter 6. Lanterns floating on the quiet sea. The traveler slowly rose from the soft cradle of sand, still wrapped in the slow rhythm of the tide's breath. Their movements were unhurried, as though shaped by the night itself, fluid, gentle, nearly silent. The driftwood gleamed faintly under the moonlight, as though offering a last, warm farewell before the traveler stepped away. The beach stretched out before them, smooth and pale, the sand cool beneath their feet. They made their way toward a part of the shoreline where the sea met a sheltered cove. There, the faint glow of lanterns shivered above the water. One lantern at first, then another, then another. A line of soft lights drifting slowly away from the shore, warm, golden, mirroring the stars above but with a gentler, more earthly glow. The traveler approached, their breath catching slightly with quiet wonder. The lanterns floated in wide, shallow bowls crafted from thin, curved wood, their centers holding small, carefully shielded flames. The flames flickered in delicate patterns, bending with each breath of wind that passed across the sea. The traveler walked to the water's edge and knelt beside one of the lanterns resting near the shore. The wooden bowl rocked softly with the motion of the tide, its reflection trembling beneath it. The traveler ran their fingers just above the surface of the water, close enough to feel its coolness, but not so close as to disturb the lantern's drift. The tide whispered in and whispered out, its murmurs softening further with each gentle pulse. The lantern glowed warmly, its small flame steady and slow, like a peacefully beating heart. The traveler picked up the bowl with both hands, feeling the smooth, cool wood. It was surprisingly light, as though crafted from the calm itself. The flame flickered once, not with fear, not with urgency, but as though acknowledging the traveler's presence. The traveler lowered the lantern onto the water, allowing it to rest upon the surface. The sea accepted it easily, lifting the small wooden vessel with a soft riss as the wave moved beneath it. The lantern began to drift outward, slowly, steadily, in rhythm with the traveler's breathing. Another lantern passed nearby, gliding in the same gentle direction. Its flame wavered, glowed brighter, then settled into a calm, steady shimmer. The traveler rose to their feet, watching as the lanterns crept farther from the shore, gathering into a loose cluster of warm lights floating upon the silver-black surface of the night sea. A breeze brushed past the traveler's cheeks, soft, cool, carrying the faint scent of the wooden bowl sand. A distant sweetness from flowers blooming somewhere beyond the cove. The traveler stepped back just slightly, their toes sinking into the damp sand. They watched the lanterns drift. The movement was so slow, so soothing, that the lights appeared almost suspended in time. Each flame swayed gently, echoing the movements of the tide beneath them. But it was not only the lanterns that moved. The reflection of the moon upon the sea seemed to lean toward them, as though drawn in by the warm glow. Above, the stars shimmered in soft conversation with the candles below. Lantern light, starlight, moonlight, wave light. All merging, blending, layering gently over the traveler's senses. The traveler knelt again, their hands brushing the sand. They leaned forward and let their eyes soften, half-lidded, allowing the scene to blur slightly. The lanterns became elongated glimmers, their lights stretching into soft strokes like brushwork on water. The sea's whisper deepened into a lullaby. The traveler breathed out, a long and calm exhale. In the distance, one lantern drifted a little farther than the rest, its light shining steadily even as the darkness thickened around it. The traveler watched it, feeling a warmth spread softly through their chest, not bright, not sharp, but gentle, like the warmth of a blanket drawn lightly across a sleeping body. They closed their eyes. This time, the darkness was not empty. It was filled with the gentle glow of lanterns, floating on the quiet sea. With eyes closed, the traveler could almost feel each flicker of flame a soft pulse of warmth that mirrored the tide. Inhale. The lanterns drift forward. Exhale. The tide carries them on. The breeze made the lights sway, but never enough disturbed their calm. A soft wave rolled in, brushing the traveler's knees with cool water before slipping back into the sea. When the traveler opened their eyes, the lanterns had spread farther, their lights forming a soft arc that mirrored the curve of the shore. Each flame glowed with a quiet assurance, not loud, not seeking attention, but simply being. Simply existing. Simply shining in the night. The traveler sat down fully, legs stretched out, hands resting behind them for support. And then, gradually, slowly, they lay back once more. The sand cradled them gently. The sea breathed. The lanterns drifted. And the traveler allowed their body to sink a little deeper into the tender quiet of the night. Chapter 7 Tide winds, carrying soft dreams. The traveler lay upon the sand, legs stretched, arms relaxed at their sides, feeling the soft grains mold to the contours of their body. Above, the stars hung like faint, distant lanterns, their light steady and patient. The sea's whisper grew even gentler, its slow rhythm like the rise and fall of the traveler's own heartbeat. Each wave moved with infinite care, sliding toward the shore and retreating without a sound of struggle, without haste. A breeze drifted across the cove, cool and soft, brushing the traveler's cheeks and carrying the faint scent of hibiscus from distant gardens. The sound of the lanterns floating farther along the sea was now only a subtle glow in the mind's eye, their warmth mingling with the soft cadence of the tide. The traveler inhaled slowly. The breath filled them like the ocean fills a bay calmly, completely. Then, exhaled, and let the tide of night wash over them. In this moment, the separation between body and sand, between self and sea, between mind and dream began to dissolve. The soft pulse of the waves seemed to rise from the bottom of the ocean, through the pier, through the driftwood, through the sand, through the traveler's body, and into their mind. A small, distant splash from a wave breaking against the outer reef echoed like a lullaby. The traveler's eyelids fluttered like the gentle sway of palm fronds on the shore. The moonlight shimmered in the water's surface, but it no longer shone. Outside it had entered the traveler's awareness, melding with the calm warmth of the drifting lanterns. Breath after breath, the traveler sank deeper into this quiet. The air itself seemed to slow, stretching with each inhalation, compressing softly with each exhalation. Every sound, every wave, every sigh of wind, every distant, unseen creature stirring in the night became part of a single, continuous harmony. The traveler's thoughts drifted along the tide winds, unanchored, soft, fleeting like petals moving on water. And gradually, the edges of wakefulness softened into a gentle blur. The body felt weightless. The mind felt light. Even time seemed to rest, paused in the quiet embrace of sea, sand, and night. The lanterns continued their slow journey. The sea hummed its eternal lullaby, and the traveler surrendered completely to the slow, undulating rhythm that carried them toward the threshold of dreams. A single thought lingered, barely there. You may rest. You may drift. You may sleep. And with that, the traveler's senses began to fade into the soft, undisturbed folds of night itself. The sea held them. The tide carried them. The night watched over them. And slowly, silently, they floated between waking and dreaming, held entirely in the gentle voice of the sea. Chapter 8 Dreams Among the Palm Shadows. The traveler lay still in the soft, cool sand, their body cradled by the gentle curve of the shore. Above, the palms swayed lightly in the night breeze, their shadows stretching and shrinking across the moonlit sand like slow-moving dancers. The traveler watched them for a moment, their gaze, soft and unfocused, then let the shadows blur into a single, flowing shape, a quiet canopy that seemed to cradle both sea and self. The waves whispered steadily against the beach, a hushed, rhythmic voice that echoed through the driftwood, through the grains of sand, through the traveler's own breath. The lanterns, far off now, continued their slow, drifting journey across the dark water, tiny flames flickering like distant, wandering stars. The breeze carried the scent of salt, mixed with the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers and distant tropical fruit. It brushed the traveler's face like a gentle hand, softening every line of thought and easing the last traces of tension from their muscles. Above, the sky was deep blue, almost black in parts, dotted with stars that pulsed faintly, as though breathing in tandem with the ocean. The traveler tilted their head, watching the palm shadows ripple and fold in the gentle wind. Each movement was hypnotic, calming, like a lullaby written in the language of the night. A soft wave reached the shoreline, kissing the traveler's toes before retreating slowly, its sound merging seamlessly with the murmur of the tide. The traveler's breathing matched the rhythm perfectly. Inhale, rise, exhale, fall. And as they breathed, the boundaries between sand, sea, shadow, and self began to blur. The palms above became flowing forms of silver and shadow. The waves below became gentle swells that cradled the traveler's body. The lanterns on the sea became warm, guiding pulses of light that flickered within the mind. The traveler's thoughts softened into shapes that drifted freely, light as petals on the surface of a still pond. Even time seemed to dissolve. Minutes stretched into infinite space. The distance between heartbeat and breath collapsed into a single, calm continuum. The wind whispered faintly through the palms again, its voice weaving through the travelers' ears, their hair, their shoulders, and deep into their chest. Each whisper was a note in a quiet symphony, the music of night, the music of sea, the music of rest. The traveler closed their eyes fully. The shadows above danced behind the eyelids, the stars pulsed faintly in dreamlike patterns, and the waves moved beneath them like a cradle of liquid silk. A single thought, soft and distant, rose to the surface of consciousness. Here you may rest. Here you may float. Here you are held. And with that, the traveler's awareness began to drift, slowly, deliberately, into the gentle currents of dream. The palms swayed, the sea whispered, the lanterns glimmered far off, and the night enveloped everything soft, steady, and unbroken. The traveler floated between waking and dreaming, held entirely the tender, endless rhythm of the Okinawan night. Chapter 9: The Breath of the Distant Reef. The traveler remained lying on the soft sand, feeling the subtle curve of the shoreline press gently against their back. The night had deepened further, and the sky overhead had become a deep, velvety blue, dotted with distant, patient stars. Far out at sea, the sound of the distant reef reached the shore. Not loud, not sudden, just a soft, repeated sight-hat moved across the water like a slow, rolling breath. The waves there broke gently, one after another, their voices blending into a quiet, rhythmic pulse that seemed to extend from the very heart of the ocean. The traveler inhaled slowly, letting the air fill their chest and carry the soft, distant whispers of the reef deep into their body. Then exhaled, matching the retreat of the waves as they receded and returned to the endless ocean. A breeze drifted over the traveler's face, soft and nearly imperceptible, its touch like a delicate caress across closed eyelids. It carried the faint scent of salt and distant tropical flowers, mixing with the cool dampness of the sand beneath. The distant reef continued its quiet rhythm, each wave like a gentle heartbeat in the darkness. The traveler's own heartbeat fell in sync, slowing, widening, melting into the rhythm of the sea. A faint ripple moved along the shoreline, kissing the traveler's toes, then retreating softly, leaving behind the delicate imprint of wet sand and gentle foam. The lanterns, now mere glimmers in the distance, seemed to drift further out, carried slowly by tide and wind, their warmth blending with the silver glow of the moon over the sea. The palm shadows overhead shifted quietly in the night breeze, their gentle sway creating a soft, shifting canopy that wrapped the traveler in a tender, protective hush. The traveler's breath became shallower, lighter, in perfect rhythm with the ocean's deep, rolling pulse. Each wave from the distant reef felt as if it carried a message: softness, stillness, rest. Each breath became an echo of that message. The sand beneath them was cool and welcoming, the driftwood nearby held its quiet presence, and the night carried the steady lullaby of water, wind, and moonlight. The traveler's thoughts melted like fog over the ocean. No urgency remained, no noise, only the infinite gentle rhythm of the tide, and the faint, steady breathing of the distant reef. A subtle warmth spread through their body, soft, comforting, like a protective hand laid across their chest. The traveler's eyes, heavy and relaxed, drifted closer to closure. The reef's distant sighs taught the mind to slow, to float, to drift in the slow-moving waves of the night. And gradually, very slowly, the traveler's consciousness leaned into the tide. The sea carried them, the night held them, and the distant reef whispered, softly, again and again, "Sleep now. Rest now. You are held." The sand cradled their body, the breeze stroked their hair, the lanterns shimmered far off, and the traveler finally let go, floating in the tender, endless rhythm of Okinawa's quiet night. Chapter 10: Slumber beneath the moonlit horizon. The traveler lay upon the soft sand, surrounded by the gentle rhythm of waves, rolling and retreating, their distant, muted voices carrying the quiet of the deep sea. The moon had risen higher, its reflection stretching far across the horizon, a silver path leading outward into the calm, endless water. Above, the stars pulsed faintly, steady, unhurried, as though they too were breathing in time with the ocean. The breeze whispered through the palms along the shore, tracing slow, delicate patterns across the traveler's skin and drifting into the hair, the neck, the chest. The distant lanterns continued their slow voyage over the dark water, tiny glimmers of warmth that mirrored the stars above. The traveler's breathing aligned perfectly with the night. Inhale, rise. Exhale, fall. Inhale, rise. Exhale, fall. The tide's whispers taught the mind to slow, to empty, to melt entirely into the motion of the sea. A small wave brushed against their toes, then withdrew, leaving behind the faint trace of foam, a soft white lacy on dark sand. The traveler closed their eyes fully. All sight, all movement, all thought slipped gently away, leaving only sensation: the rhythm of the tide, the soft breath of the wind, the warmth of sand and driftwood beneath, the quiet guidance of the lanterns and moon. Above, the sky stretched, deep and still, a vast expanse of soft indigo and silver. The stars pulsed faintly in silent conversation with the tide, their glimmers like messages carried on the wind. The traveler's body relaxed further, melting into the sand, every muscle loose and unbound. Even their heartbeats seemed to merge with the ebb and flow of the waves. The moonlight painted the sea in gentle strokes of silver, its reflection flowing over the swaying surface like silk drawn across water. The distant reef exhaled slowly, a soft, rolling sound that carried far across the night, reaching the traveler like a tender, invisible hand. The breeze moved in again, cool and soft, its voice blending with the tide and the moonlight to form a single lullaby that wrapped the traveler from head to toe. All thoughts had drifted away. All concerns had dissolved. There was nothing left but this infinite, gentle motion, this slow, steady rhythm of night and water, of moonlight and sand, of wind and tide. The traveler's eyelids grew heavy. The final warmth of the lanterns in the distance seemed to settle into their mind, nestling deep, soft, and still. A long, calm sigh rose from the traveler's chest, then softened into nothing, lost in the night, carried outward by the tide. And slowly, completely, the traveler slipped from wakefulness into the quiet world of dreams held, cradled, and carried beneath the moonlit horizon, where sea, sky, and night all became one. The waves continued to roll, the breeze continued to whisper, the stars continued to pulse, and the traveler slept deeply, peacefully, entirely. Autumn leaves and the old temple path. Prologue: the whisper of fallen leaves. The traveler arrived at the old temple path just as the sun dipped low, casting long, soft shadows across the stones. The air was cool and crisp, tinged with the faint scent of fallen leaves, dry, earthy, and comforting. The leaves underfoot whispered gently with every step, each one a tiny, fragile noting the quiet symphony of the evening. The temples rose silently along the path, their wooden beams dark and serene, their eaves catching the last light like gentle hands holding it in place. The traveler inhaled slowly, feeling the rhythm of the wind through the moss-covered trees, the rustle of leaves, and the faint sound of distant bells echoing from the main hall. Every step became slower, deliberate, as though the path itself invited them to linger, to rest, to breathe. And so, with each exhale, the traveler let go of the day, the city's noise, the urgency of waking life. Here, only the temple, the leaves, and the gentle descent of the autumn evening existed. Chapter 1: Steps among the crimson leaves. The path stretched onward, lined with ancient stone lanterns covered in soft moss, their edges softened by the passing of countless seasons. Crimson leaves had gathered in little clusters along the sides of the path, forming a natural mosaic that crinkled and shifted under the traveler's feet. Each step produced a muted sound, a soft, calming rhythm that seemed to echo in the quiet air. The traveler paused beneath a tall maple, its branches reaching gracefully over the path, and watched the leaves drift slowly downward. They floated in the cool air, twisting slightly, turning to catch the light just enough to glimmer like tiny sparks before settling gently on the stones. The distant bell chimed once, its tone long and slow, resonating through the courtyard, mixing with the rustling leaves and the faint hum of the evening breeze. The traveler walked onward. The air carried the faint, comforting scent of damp wood, mixed with the subtle sweetness of fallen leaves and the dry, earthy aroma of moss. The temple buildings rose silently to the sides, their sliding doors closed, windows reflecting the amber hue of the low sun. Here, the sound of human life was absent, leaving only the soft chorus of nature and architecture to accompany the traveler's steps. With each footfall, the traveler felt more relaxed, more attuned to the slow, unhurried rhythm of the temple path. A small stream gurgled beside the path, its water sliding over smooth stones with a delicate, soothing sound. The traveler leaned down slightly, watching the light ripple across the surface like liquid gold. The leaves from the surrounding trees sometimes fell into the stream, floating briefly before moving onward toward places unseen, their journey silent, effortless, and serene. The traveler followed the stream for a few steps, letting the gentle murmurs wash over their mind, quiet each lingering thought. They continued slowly along the path, feeling the moss underfoot give slightly with each careful step, hearing the faint, comforting scrape of leaves against stone and wood. Every element of the evening light, air, water, and leaf worked together to draw the traveler into a state of calm, as though each sound and scent was a gentle hand guiding them toward rest. The temple gates appeared in the distance, ornate yet subdued, framed by maples in red and gold, their colors glowing faintly in the soft light of the setting sun. The traveler paused again, taking a slow, deep breath. The path, the leaves, and the distant bells formed a rhythm as slow and steady as the beating of a calm heart. And with a soft exhale, the traveler let themselves sink into the quiet embrace of autumn evening, walking ever more slowly, ever more gently, toward the heart of the old temple. Chapter 2: The Lantern's Golden Glow. The traveler continued along the old temple path, their steps slow, measured, feeling the gentle crunch of fallen leaves beneath soft, worn sandals. The sun had dipped further, leaving only a soft amber glow in the western sky. Lanterns, carefully placed along the path, flickered to life, their warm light spilling across stone steps and moss-covered walls. Each lantern glowed gently, not bright enough to disturb the calm of the evening, but warm enough to create a soft halo that invited the traveler forward, as if the light itself were guiding them toward some quiet inner sanctuary. The air was cooler now, with a faint scent of smoke from distant incense, blending with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the gentle dampness of moss. The traveler paused beside a lantern, its wooden frame polished by time, and watched the flame sway in the breeze. It was mesmerizing, the delicate flicker, the soft shadows dancing across the nearby walls, the way the light seemed to fold into itself and yet reach outward. Further along the path, another lantern illuminated a small stone statue, its surface worn smooth over decades. The figure's serene face seemed to watch the traveler pass, without judgment, without expectation. The traveler inhaled slowly, letting the scent of autumn, wood, and incense fill their lungs, and exhaled gently, releasing any lingering tension in their shoulders, their back, and their mind. The temple path curved slightly, and a soft breeze moved through the trees, carrying a faint rustle of leaves, which mixed with the gentle hum of distant temple bells. Each sound, each flicker of light, wove together into a quiet rhythm, a rhythm that the traveler felt in their chest, in the soles of their feet, in the soft sway of their body as they walked slowly onward. The moss underfoot was soft, almost springy, and the traveler paused to touch it. Gently, feeling the cool green life that had endured the passing of countless seasons. A small wooden bridge appeared ahead, arched gracefully over a narrow stream. The lanterns along the bridge reflected in the water's surface, creating twin trails of golden light that seemed to float both above and below. The traveler stepped onto the bridge, listening to the murmur of water below, feeling the gentle sway of the wood under each careful step. A leaf drifted down from a nearby maple, spinning slowly in the lantern light before settling softly on the bridge. Its small weight caused the water's reflection to ripple like a soft, liquid melody. The traveler stopped at the center of the bridge, hands resting lightly on the railing, and closed their eyes for a moment. The world was hushed, except for the slow murmur of the stream, the whispering of leaves in the breeze, and the faint flicker of lantern light. Each breath became slower, each exhale softer. The traveler's mind began to float along the gentle rhythm of water, light, and wind. The lanterns continued to glow warmly, their small flames bending in harmony with the night air. Their reflection on the water created a soft, shimmering path, as if the night itself was guiding the traveler toward a place of quiet rest. The traveler opened their eyes slightly, watching the reflection of each lantern stretch and sway, and allowed their gaze to soften, letting the shimmering light fold gently into their awareness, slowly dissolving thought into calm. With one final, slow exhale, the traveler stepped off the bridge and onto the continuation of the temple path. The leaves crunched softly beneath their feet, the lanterns flickered ahead, and the distant temple bell chimed once more, its long, steady tone resonating through the cool evening air, as though the very world itself was singing a lullaby. The traveler walked on, wrapped in the golden glow, their heart, their breath, their thoughts all settling into the quiet rhythm of the autumn night. Chapter 3: The Silent Courtyard. The traveler reached the temple's inner courtyard. It was quiet, so quiet that each footstep felt as though it had its own echo in the soft evening air. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, reds and golds fading gently into the deepening shadow. Each leaf rustled softly as the traveler's sandals brushed over it, a whisper of sound that seemed to harmonize with the slow rhythm of the night. Stone lanterns, tall and ancient, stood silently at intervals, their pale light barely reaching the moss-covered walls surrounding the courtyard. A gentle wind stirred, caressing the branches of the surrounding maples, and a few leaves drifted downward, turning slowly, spinning in the air before settling on stone or sand. The traveler paused, kneeling briefly to let the leaves settle around their hands. The texture was delicate, slightly crisp, and the faint scent of autumn rose like a quiet, invisible perfume. From somewhere deeper in the temple, a bell chimed faintly, its tone stretched and soft, echoing through the walls, mixing with the distant murmur of night insects, the rustling of leaves, and the subtle sigh of the wind. The traveler walked further, each step slow and deliberate, allowing the patterns of shadow and light to guide their gaze and pace. A low stone bench rested beneath an ancient tree. The traveler sat, letting their hands rest lightly on their knees, and tilted their head to watch the leaves as they danced in the wind. Some floated near, brushed the traveler's shoulder, and drifted onward, carried by the subtle, unseen currents of air. The courtyard was like a small universe, where every movement, every sound, was gentle and intentional, woven into a tapestry of calm. The moon, rising slowly behind the temple roof, cast silver light in the courtyard floor, highlighting patches of moss and the soft glow of the stone lanterns. A small stream trickled quietly along the edge of the courtyard, its water gliding over smooth stones with a subtle, soothing sound. Occasionally, a leaf landed upon the water, drifting gently, tilting with each tiny ripple. The traveler leaned back slightly, closing their eyes. The air, scented with damp leaves and stone, filled their sense and carried away any lingering tension. Breathing became slow, deep, steady, in time with the rhythm of the courtyard, the sway of leaves, the murmur of water, the soft sigh of wind through the maples. Every sound blended into one continuous, soothing melody, a song of autumn, of quiet, of night. The traveler felt their body relax further, each muscle melting into the bench, into the earth, into the weightless calm of the courtyard's embrace. Another bell chimed softly, further away this time, its resonance lingering like a gentle exhale, encouraging the traveler to let go and drift ever more deeply into the tranquil night. The leaves continued to fall, slowly, gracefully, as if the temple itself were breathing with the rhythm of the season, and the traveler surrendered entirely to the quiet, to the rhythm, to the gentle lullaby woven by stone, leaf, and wind. Chapter 4: Breeze among the bamboo grove. The traveler left the courtyard, walking slowly along a narrow stone path that led toward the bamboo grove. The sun had disappeared completely, leaving only a dim, silver glow from the rising moon. Shadows stretched long and soft across the path, draping over mossy stones and fallen leaves. As the traveler entered the grove, the bamboo stalks rose tall and slender, their leaves whispering in the evening breeze. The sound was delicate, like the faint rustle of silk brushing against itself. A gentle, continuous sight seemed to fill the entire grove. The travelers stepped carefully, letting their senses absorb the quiet, the subtle movements of light and shadow, the faint aroma of earth and bamboo. A cool wind swept through, causing the bamboo leaves to sway and tinkle against each other softly, a natural music, subtle and serene. The traveler paused, closing their eyes briefly, letting the sound move through them, like waves flowing over smooth stones. Each breath matched the rhythm of the grove. Inhale, sway, exhale, whisper. The path curved gently, leading to a small clearing where the moonlight filtered through the bamboo canopy. The leaves above glimmered faintly, casting soft, dancing shadows on the ground below. The traveler knelt on the soft moss, touching it lightly with their fingers. The texture was cool, slightly damp, and it gave a subtle, comforting resistance as the hand pressed gently. A single leaf fell from above, twisting slowly in the air, landing softly beside the traveler. Its delicate sound blended seamlessly with the rustle of the bamboo and the sigh of the wind. The traveler inhaled deeply, letting the fresh, slightly sweet scent of bamboo fill their lungs. Exhale, letting go of all remaining tension from the day, all lingering thoughts, all noise of the outside world. In the silence, the traveler noticed the faint creak of bamboo stalks leaning ever so slightly as the wind passed through. The sound was rhythmic, hypnotic, like a soft heartbeat of the grove. The moonlight shifted slowly, passing along the bamboo trunks, touching patches of moss, illuminating the scattered leaves that lay like a golden carpet on the forest floor. The traveler lay back gently against the soft moss, arms relaxed at their sides. The bamboo swayed above, creating a slow, moving canopy that sheltered them, completely in shadow and silver light. Every rustle, every whisper, every distant, subtle sound was absorbed into the traveler's awareness. The mind became still, as though resting on the water of a calm pond, reflecting only moonlight and movement, nothing else. Breathing slowed further, each inhale and exhale drawing the traveler deeper into the rhythm of the grove. The bamboo's whispers, the night's cool air, the soft moss beneath all merged into one continuous lullaby, cradling the traveler into stillness, into calm, toward the gentle edge of sleep. The leaves continued to shimmer softly, the wind continued to hum its delicate tune, and the traveler surrendered completely to the serene embrace of the bamboo grove, floating quietly between wakefulness and the first whispers of dreams. Chapter 5 Moonlight over the temple roofs. The traveler emerged from the bamboo grove, and the night opened up into a wider view. Above, the temple roofs stretched gently along the hill, their dark silhouettes outlined by the silver glow of the moon. The rooftops glimmered softly, each tile catching the faint light, highlighting the careful curves and the quiet symmetry of the ancient architecture. A cool breeze moved across the hillside, stirring the fallen leaves on the stone path sand, carrying the faint, sweet aroma of distant chrysanthemums and damp earth. The traveler walked slowly along the edge of the courtyard, pausing now and then to watch a cluster of leaves spiral down from the maples overhead. Each leaf traced a slow, lazy path through the air, landing softly on the tiles or stone below. A distant bell sounded, its deep tones stretching across the temple grounds, mixing with the soft rustle of leaves and the faint whisper of wind. It was steady, measured, like the pulse of the earth itself. The traveler found a low stone wall and gently seated themselves, leaning slightly forward to rest their hands on their knees. From this vantage, the entire temple seemed to breathe quietly. The roofs gleamed faintly in the moonlight. The lanterns glowed softly in courtyards. Below, and the shadows of the trees shifted with the wind, slowly, deliberately, like living brushstrokes on a dark canvas. The traveler closed their eyes for a moment, letting the rhythm of the night fill every part of their awareness. The wind brushed across their face, cool and steady. The leaves whispered as they fell, and the distant bell resonated through the quiet air. Each sound, each movement, was gentle and unhurried. The traveler's breath matched the rhythm of the temple night. Inhale with the sighing wind, exhale with the distant echo of the bell. Below, the lanterns flickered in time with the slow pulse of the night. Above, the moonlight glided across the curved roofs, touching each tile with silver warmth. Between these two lights, earth and sky, the traveler felt completely held, wrapped in the calm of the temple's embrace. A soft rustle came from the trees, and a single leaf drifted down, landing lightly near the traveler's feet. The sound was delicate, like a gentle note in the evening's quiet symphony. The traveler leaned back slightly, letting the soft stone wall support them. Their body felt heavy in the most comforting way, as though the earth itself were holding them steady. Breathing slowed further, each inhale and exhale becoming part of the night's rhythm, part of the slow, quiet pulse that ran from the temple grounds to the tops of the roofs and into the calm, dark sky. The traveler's thoughts melted, one by one, leaving only the sound of wind, the rustle of leaves, the faint echo of the bell, and the soft, steady glow of lanterns. The moonlight over the temple roofs seemed to settle gently over their eyelids, inviting sleep, drawing the mind downward, into quiet, into calm, into the slow embrace of night itself. The traveler's body relaxed completely, the stone beneath their hands and back cool and steady, and the faint sway of leaves above and the soft glow of lanterns below blended into a single, continuous lullaby. With each breath, each pulse of the night, the traveler drifted closer to the gentle edge of sleep, held entirely by moonlight, temple, and autumn air. Chapter 6 Whispers of the Fallen Leaves. The traveler stepped gently onto the carpet of fallen leaves, their soft crunch a quiet rhythm that matched the slow, calm pulse of the night. The path ahead was barely visible, the moonlight filtering through the maples, casting dappled patterns on the ground, like fleeting shadows moving with infinite patience. Each leaf, curled and crisp, made its own delicate sound as it shifted beneath the traveler's careful steps, a whispering chorus that seemed to guide the journey with gentle insistence. The wind moved softly through the trees, carrying with it the faint aroma of dry leaves and distant soil. It swirled around the traveler, brushing lightly against cheeks and hair, and blending with the murmur of night insects. The temple structures loomed in the darkness, their wooden beams and tiled roofs glowing faintly in the moonlight. The soft gleam of lanterns created patches of warmth amid the cool shadows, inviting the traveler to slow each step, to linger in each sensation. The traveler paused, letting the leaves fall freely around their hands, feeling the delicate texture between fingers. Each rustle was a noting a gentle nocturne, sung by the night itself. A distant bell tolled once, its deep tone resonating slowly through the quiet spaces of the temple grounds, intertwining with the soft sigh of the breeze and the whisper of leaves. The traveler bent slightly, allowing their eyes to follow a leaf as it spun lazily to the ground. Its path was measured, unhurried, and the traveler's mind mirrored its movement, each thought slowing, folding into stillness. Another leaf brushed softly against the traveler's ankle, then rested on the path, and yet another followed, each one a small, deliberate sound that encouraged the body to relax further. The air was cool, almost silky, and the traveler drew a long, slow breath, filling the lungs, then exhaled with the same gentle rhythm as the falling leaves. The shadows shifted slowly overhead, and the soft rustling of branches created a lullaby of texture and motion. Each movement of a leaf, each sigh of wind, was absorbed into the traveler's awareness, becoming part of their very breath, their very heartbeat. The lanterns flickered faintly, casting dancing light across the path, touching the moss and stones and creating a soft, continuous glow. The traveler knelt briefly, letting the cool, soft earth touch their hands, and felt a wave of stillness settle deep into their chest. Every sense focused on gentle motion, the faint murmur of the wind, the soft rustle of leaves, the warm glow of lanterns, the distant echo of a bell. Breath after breath, step after step, the traveler melted further into calm, into the embrace of the temple night, until body and mind were in perfect harmony with the soft, constant rhythm of autumn evening. The fallen leaves continued their whispers, the wind hummed its slow song, and the traveler felt the gentle pull toward rest, toward the tender edge of sleep, held entirely by the soft night and the temple's embrace. Chapter 7: The Gentle Lull of the Pagoda. The traveler continued along the temple path, now approaching the 5-story pagoda, its silhouette dark and elegant against the soft silver light of the moon. Each level of the pagoda rose quietly, the curved eaves like delicate waves frozen in wood. The structure exuded calm, as though it had watched over the temple grounds for centuries without haste, without concern. The air was cooler here, filled with the faint scent of old timber, damp moss, and fallen leaves. A soft breeze rustled the surrounding maples, carrying tiny leaves that spiraled slowly to the ground. The traveler stepped lightly, letting the sound of leaves underfoot and the distant murmur of a stream blend into the stillness of the night. The pagoda towered above, its wooden beams glowing faintly in the soft moonlight, casting long shadows across the moss-covered stones. Every shadow moved slowly, like a quiet dance choreographed by the gentle wind. The distant temple bell tolled again, its deep resonance spreading across the grounds, blending with the whisper of leaves and the soft creak of the bamboo in the breeze. Each sound was measured, deliberate, as though inviting the traveler to synchronize their breath with the rhythm of the night. The traveler paused near the base of the pagoda, kneeling briefly to touch the cool stone foundation. It was smooth and steady, grounded in centuries of quiet existence. Above, the moonlight flowed down, tracing the edges of the eaves, illuminating the subtle curves of each roof. The light was soft, not intrusive, and it made the traveler feel as though the entire structure was breathing slowly, gently, in harmony with the night. A leaf drifted down from a nearby maple, landing softly on the pagoda's stone base. Its movement was slow, deliberate, and the traveler's eyes followed it, letting every motion of leaf, wind, and shadow become part of their awareness. The cool breeze brushed the traveler's cheek, and their breathing became slow and steady. Inhale, exhale, each breath aligned with the subtle rhythm of leaves, wind, and distant water. The lanterns along the path flickered gently, their light casting soft pools that mingled with the moonlit shadows. The traveler rested their hands lightly on their knees, feeling the quiet strength of the pagoda beneath their palms, its presence steady, calm, unchanging. The night was still, except for the delicate movements of leaves and wind, the faint murmur of distant streams, and the deep, slow echo of the bell. The traveler felt the pull of the evening, a gentle invitation to let the body rest, to let the mind float between awareness and dreams. The pagoda, the leaves, the moonlight, the soft wind all combined into a single lullaby, wrapping the traveler in a calm, steady rhythm, soothing the mind, easing the body, and guiding them toward deep, quiet sleep. The traveler closed their eyes completely, leaning slightly against the mossy stone. The sound of leaves, the shimmer of moonlight, the distant bells all faded into a gentle hum, and the traveler drifted in the tender edge of dreams, cradled entirely by the serene embrace of the temple night. Chapter 8 Nightfall. Beneath the maple canopy, the traveler walked slowly through a narrow grove of maples, their branches arching overhead, forming a natural canopy of red, gold, and amber. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light filtering through the leaves, casting soft, dappled patterns in the stone path and mossy ground. Each step was quiet, deliberate, the fallen leaves yielding gently underfoot, creating a delicate, rustling murmur that blended seamlessly with the sigh of the night breeze. The wind moved softly among the branches, causing the leaves to sway and shimmer, their colors shifting in the moonlight like fire, flickering slowly over the surface of still water. The traveler paused beneath a particularly old maple, its trunk wide and textured with age, and closed their eyes, feeling the subtle vibration of the leaves above as the wind brushed them lightly. The air was cool and fragrant, a mixture of damp earth, dry leaves, and distant flowers, soft and grounding, drawing the mind toward stillness. A distant temple bell chimed, its long, slow tone resonating through the quiet of the grove. The sound mingled with the rustling leaves, creating a gentle symphony that seemed to extend to the very edges of the night. The traveler knelt briefly, letting their hands rest on the soft moss beneath the trees. The texture was cool and comforting, and the faint smell of earth and leaves seeped into their awareness, as if the night itself were breathing through them. A leaf fell, slowly spinning in the air, then landed lightly on the stone path, its delicate sound absorbed immediately by the serene stillness around it. The traveler breathed slowly, deeply, inhaling the crisp autumn air, and exhaling softly, letting go of all tension and any lingering thoughts. Above, the maple canopy shifted gently, casting moving shadows across the traveler's face and hands. Each sway, each whisper of wind, felt like a lullaby, soft, steady, and patient. The lanterns scattered along the temple paths flickered gently, their warm glow mingling with the silver of the moon, creating pockets of light and shadow that guided the traveler onward, toward the heart of the grove and the stillness at its center. The traveler sat on a low stone bench, legs folded lightly, hands resting on their lap, and allowed themselves to sink completely into the quiet. The leaves above whispered in time with the distant wind, and the distant bell tolled once more, its resonance fading slowly, like a gentle exhale of the night itself. With each slow breath, the traveler's mind floated among the patterns of shadow and leaf, rising and falling like the soft, imperceptible rhythm of the forest. The path, the moss, the lanterns, the moonlight, the rustle of leaves, and the distant bell all merged into a single, continuous lullaby. The traveler leaned back slightly, closing their eyes fully, and let the night cradle them, drawing them gently, steadily, toward the edge of sleep. The autumn night embraced them completely soft, cool, and fragrant, alive with quiet movement, yet utterly serene. And slowly, with each gentle sigh of wind and murmur of leaves, the traveler drifted deeper, surrendering entirely to the calm, timeless rhythm of the maple canopy at night. Chapter 9 The last lanterns flicker. The traveler moved slowly along the temple path, now nearly enveloped in the quiet of deep night. The lanterns, scattered along the stone walkways, flickered softly, their warm glow bending gently in the night breeze. Some flames trembled, casting tiny shadows that danced slowly across moss-covered walls and fallen leaves. The moon hung low and steady, its silver light stretching across the temple grounds, illuminating the curved rooftops, the edges of wooden beams, and the occasional scattering of autumn leaves. Every sound was hushed. The wind whispered through the maples. The bamboo rustled faintly behind the pagoda, and the distant bell tolled once, its resonance stretched and softened by the vast, calm night. The traveler paused beside a low stone lantern, its flame trembling slightly. The warm glow illuminated the soft moss beneath their hands and the faint lines of fallen leaves nearby. A leaf drifted down, spinning slowly in the silver and gold light, landing softly on the stone path. The sound was delicate, barely more than a whisper, and yet it filled the traveler's awareness with calm, with serenity. The air was cool and fragrant, a mixture of damp earth, dry leaves, and subtle incense carried gently from the temple halls. The traveler sank slightly, letting the stone support their back, hands resting softly on their knees. Each breath became slower, deeper, rising with the faint movement of the lantern's flames, falling with the rustle of leaves in the wind. Above, the maple canopy shifted gently, casting shadows that stretched like quiet waves across the path. The moonlight reflected softly off the stone and moss, creating pools of calm, soft, and inviting. The distant bell tolled again, low and steady, its sound merging with the soft murmur of leaves and the wind, becoming part of a single, seamless lullaby. The traveler's eyelids grew heavy, each blink a gentle step toward the edge of dreams. The lanterns flickered one by one, their flames bending softly, until only a faint glow remained, like the last exhale of a quiet breath. The path, the moss, the leaves, the moonlight, the bell, the gentle wind all folded together, creating a space that was soft, secure, and still. The traveler leaned fully back, letting the night hold them completely, each sound, each movement, each shimmer of light melding seamlessly into the rhythm of sleep. With one final, slow exhale, the traveler drifted fully into the quiet realm of dreams, held entirely by the gentle, patient embrace of temple, leaf, and night. The last lantern flickered once more, then settled into stillness, leaving only the soft silver of moonlight and the quiet breath of autumn. And in that silence, the traveler slept deeply, peacefully, completely. Chapter 9 The Last Lantern's Flicker. The traveler moved slowly along the temple path, now nearly enveloped in the quiet of deep night. The lanterns, scattered along the stone walkways, flickered softly, their warm glow bending gently in the night breeze. Some flames trembled, casting tiny shadows that danced slowly across moss-covered walls and fallen leaves. The moon hung low and steady, its silver light stretching across the temple grounds, illuminating the curved rooftops, the edges of wooden beams, and the occasional scattering of autumn leaves. Every sound was hushed. The wind whispered through the maples. The bamboo rustled faintly behind the pagoda, and the distant bell tolled once, its resonance stretched and softened the vast, calm night. The traveler paused beside a low stone lantern, its flame trembling slightly. The warm glow illuminated the soft moss beneath their hands and the faint lines of fallen leaves nearby. A leaf drifted down, spinning slowly in the silver and gold light, landing softly on the stone path. The sound was delicate, barely more than a whisper, and yet it filled the traveler's awareness with calm, with serenity. The air was cool and fragrant, a mixture of damp earth, dry leaves, and subtle incense carried gently from the temple halls. The traveler sank slightly, letting the stone support their back, hands resting softly on their knees. Each breath became slower, deeper, rising with the faint movement of the lantern's flames, falling with the rustle of leaves in the wind. Above, the maple canopy shifted gently, casting shadows that stretched like quiet waves across the path. The moonlight reflected softly off the stone and moss, creating pools of calm, soft, and inviting. The distant bell tolled again, low and steady, its sound merging with the soft murmur of leaves and the wind, becoming part of a single, seamless lullaby. The traveler's eyelids grew heavy, each blink a gentle step toward the edge of dreams. The lanterns flickered one by one, their flames bending softly, until only a faint glow remained, like the last exhale of a quiet breath. The path, the moss, the leaves, the moonlight, the bell, the gentle wind all folded together, creating a space that was soft, secure, and still. The traveler leaned fully back, letting the night hold them completely, each sound, each movement, each shimmer of light melding seamlessly into the rhythm of sleep. With one final, slow exhale, the traveler drifted fully into the quiet realm of dreams, held entirely by the gentle, patient embrace of temple, leaf, and night. The last lantern flickered once more, then settled into stillness, leaving only the soft silver of moonlight and the quiet breath of autumn. And in that silence, the traveler slept deeply, peacefully, completely. Final chapter: dreaming among fallen leaves. The night had reached its deepest stillness. The moon hung like a quiet guardian over the ancient temple grounds, its soft silver light stretching gently across roofs, pathways, and gardens. The traveler rested beneath a tall maple tree, its branches arching overhead like a natural shelter woven from shadow and moonlight. Around them, fallen leaves lay scattered in gentle waves of red, gold, and brown. Some stirred faintly in the breeze, their soft rustling a delicate whisper carrying through the quiet air. The traveler was half awake, half drifting in the soft liminal space between presence and dreams. Their breath was deep, unhurried, matching the slow rhythm of the night. The lanterns were nearly extinguished, now only the faintest glow remained. Barely bright Inato cast a soft shimmer on the moss nearby. But it was enough. More than enough. The darkness was warm, not heavy, and the moonlight filled every corner with a gentle, silver calm. The distant bell chimed once more, its tone slower, softer than before, as though even it were preparing to fall asleep. The sound carried through the trees, through the pagoda beams, through the moss and the stones, and finally settled quietly in. The traveler's awareness a final lullaby of the night. A cool breeze passed over, stirring the maple leaves above and sending a few drifting down to rest lightly on the traveler's lap and shoulders. Their touch was feather-light, like the first gesture of a dream. The traveler's eyes closed fully, without effort, without intention. The world of night synced gently around them, the whispers of leaves, the moon's tender glow, the steady breath of the wind, all merging into a single soft presence wrapped around their body and mind. The earth beneath was warm, the moss soft and yielding, and every sound in the temple grounds moved in slow, harmonious patterns, a rhythm older than memory, older than thought. The traveler drifted deeper, their thoughts dissolving into quiet shapes and gentle motions, the sway of bamboo, the glow of lanterns, the shimmer of moonlight sliding across a pagoda's roof, the soft fall of a single maple leaf. Each image floated slowly, as though carried by the softest of currents, and then blended into the next, forming a dreamscape woven entirely from the night's serenity. In this dream, the traveler walked once more along the temple paths, but everything was softer, brighter, as though the moonlight wrapped each stone in silver silk. They heard the faint echo of the bell, not loud, but warm, resonating from somewhere far away, somewhere gentle. The wind whispered through the leaves, and the traveler felt weightless, as though each breath carried them deeper into the heart of the dream. The maples above shifted once more, their leaves shimmering softly in the breeze, and the traveler's dream self reached upward, touching a single leaf that glowed with autumn's last warmth. It fell slowly, almost endlessly, twisting through air filled with moonlight and calm. And when it touched the ground, all sound, all movement, all light settled into perfect stillness. The traveler floated gently in that soft, endless quiet, a quiet made of wind, and leaves, and moonlight, and sleep. Not fully here, not fully elsewhere, just drifting, held by the gentle night of the old temple. Dreaming among fallen leaves. Dreaming in the heart of autumn. Dreaming in perfect peace. Still night in a mountain shrine. Prologue. Whispering pines of the sacred mountain. On a quiet mountain deep within Japan, far beyond the flicker of village lanterns and the murmuring rivers that weave through the valleys below, there stood an ancient shrine wrapped in endless stillness. The mountain itself was old enough that no one could recall the first stories told about it. Some said the gods had rested there. Others believed that wandering spirits had chosen it as their home long before people learned the names of the seasons. What everyone agreed upon, however, was that the mountain breathed in a different rhythm, a slower, gentler, deeper one that seemed to cradle time itself. At its summit, where the air grew thin and purer, a narrow stone path wound between towering pines. Their trunks rose like pillars of a silent temple, and their needles whispered at the slightest breeze, carrying a sound like the distant hiss of waves meeting the shore. This path led to a shrine built hundreds of years ago. The wooden torii gate at its entrance was worn smooth by countless winters, and yet, it stood steady and proud, guarding the quiet world within. Moss blanketed the stone lanterns. The wooden beams carried the scent of cedar, rain, and time. And every night, without fail, a faint glow shimmered from deep within the inner sanctuary, as though the mountain spirit kept a single candle burning, waiting for anyone who needed a place to rest their wandering heart. It was to this shrine that a weary traveler now approached. They climbed slowly, their footsteps soft against the ancient stones. The night air wrapped around them like a gentle veil, cool and soothing after the long journey. Above, the moon drifted behind thin clouds, casting a pale silver glow onto the path and the pines. With each step, the world grew quieter. Villages, rivers, wind, even the distant call of nocturnal birds all faded away until only the sound of the traveler's own breathing remained. But even that seemed to soften as they neared the shrine. For this was a place where noise dissolved naturally, where thoughts slowed as though settling through water, and where hearts, no matter how restless, found themselves gently eased into stillness. The traveler paused at the final step before the torii gate. A faint breeze brushed past, carrying with it the fragrance of pine needles and the cool clarity of mountain air. They stepped beneath the gate, and in that moment, it felt as though the world itself exhaled. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of presence, full of memory, full of the soft pulse of something unseen yet endlessly comforting. Beyond the gate, the shrine waited in tranquil darkness. A few lanterns glimmered faintly, their light steady and warm, like little stars that had drifted down to rest for the night. The traveler's shoulders relaxed, their breath deepened, their eyes softened. The mountain, the pines, the shrine all whispered the same quiet invitation. Rest. You have arrived. There is time now. And so, with quiet steps and a heart slowly settling, the traveler crossed into the sacred grounds, unaware that this night, a still night in a mountain shrine, would become the beginning of a gentle, dreamlike journey that would carry them far beyond the boundary between waking and sleep. Chapter 1: The Lantern Pathway. The travelers stood just inside the shrine grounds, allowing their eyes to adjust to the soft lantern glow. The mountain night was deep and velvety here, as though the darkness were a warm cloth laid gently across the world to hush everything into stillness. A row of stone lanterns lined the narrow path ahead. Their small flames flickered softly, casting gentle halos onto the mossy stones below. The light was not bright, only enough to reveal a few steps at a time, and yet it felt perfectly sufficient, encouraging the traveler to slow down, to walk without hurry, to breathe with the rhythm of the quiet mountain. The traveler stepped forward. The moss underfoot offered a cushioned softness that seemed to welcome each footfall. Moisture from the cool mountain air had settled on the stones and greenery, and with every careful step, the faintest whisper of damp earth rose like a comforting fragrance. Far above, the tall pines swayed gently. Their needles rustled with a sound so light, so delicate, that It felt almost like a lullaby, a natural song that had drifted down these mountains through centuries of quiet nights. As the traveler moved deeper along the lantern-lit path, they noticed how the world seemed to fold inward. The bustling thoughts that had accompanied them just hours earlier were now thinning out, loosening like distant mist. Each breath felt slower, each step felt steadier, and the silence, the rich, soothing silence, held the traveler like a gentle hand. A small wooden bridge appeared ahead. It arched over a narrow stream that trickled softly beneath the shadows. The water moved with a quiet, slow rhythm, as if the mountain itself guided its pace. The traveler paused on the bridge. The handrail, worn smooth by years of weather, felt cool beneath their fingers. They leaned slightly over the edge and listened. The stream's murmuring was soft inato blend with the night air, yet distinct inato create a comforting layer of sound, a subtle, continuous murmur that lulled the traveler's senses. Water over stone, stone shaping the flow. The flow continues endlessly. It felt like a small reminder that everything finds its own natural pace, that nothing on the mountain ever rushed. A lantern at the far end of the bridge flickered gently. Its warm glow reflected in the stream, appearing like a golden ripple floating downstream into darkness. The traveler resumed their quiet walk. They followed the lantern pathway until it opened into a small courtyard before the shrine's main hall. Two ancient cedar trees stood like guardians on either side. Their massive trunks were wrapped with thick Shimenawa ropes, the sacred cords marking Thima's dwellings of a divine spirit. The air here felt heavier, not with burden, but with presence. A deep, serene presence that seemed to settle around the traveler's shoulders like a warm shawl. A faint breeze drifted through the courtyard. It carried the scent of cedar, stone, and old wood, a scent so calming that the traveler instinctively closed their eyes and inhaled slowly. In that moment, the world fell into perfect stillness. No footsteps, no wind, no thoughts rising and falling. Only a deep, steady quiet that cradled the traveler in a sense of absolute peace. The shrine's steps waited ahead, leading upward into the shadowed hall. And somewhere inside, glowing faintly like a firefly caught in a moment of stillness, was the light that had guided countless wanderers through long nights into gentle rest. The traveler opened their eyes and stepped forward, moving deeper into the heart of the mountain shrine. Chapter 2: The Echo of Ancient Steps. The wooden steps leading to the main hall felt slightly cool beneath the traveler's hands as they ascended slowly, one unhurried step at a time. Each board carried the faint memory of countless footsteps before pilgrims, wanderers, monks, all moving through the same quiet night year after year, century after century. The wood creaked gently, but not in a way that disturbed the silence. Rather, the soft sound blended with the deep hush of the mountains, like the final note of a long-forgotten song trying to linger just a moment longer. At the top of the steps, the traveler paused. Sheltered beneath the broad eaves, the air felt warmer, still holding the faint smell of incense that had burned earlier in the evening. It drifted gently, just barely perceptible, a soft ribbon of fragrance that wrapped around the senses with an almost dreamlike tenderness. The hall doors were half open. Inside, a dim glow illuminated the room, cast by a few lanterns shung quietly along the wooden pillars. The light was small and steady, just enough to reveal polished cedar floor and the faint outlines of sacred ornaments resting in their ancient positions. The traveler stepped inside. The sound of the step was softer than expected, a cushioned wooden hush that vanished almost instantly into the air. The hall welcomed them with a warmth that felt neither physical nor imagined. It was simply present, radiating from the centuries of prayer, ritual, and quiet devotion that had echoed here. A gentle breeze, so faint it could have been imagined, slipped through the doorway and brushed the traveler's sleeve. It carried with it a whisper of cool night air and the scent of damp cedar bark. Everything inside the hall felt calm, balanced, as if the building itself was breathing in slow, steady patterns. The traveler approached the inner sanctuary. There was no need for intention or thought. Their body moved with a quiet certainty, drawn not by duty but by the soft gravity of the space. At the center, a single candle burned. Its flame was small, barely rising, as though it wished to avoid disturbing the stillness around it. The light quivered once, then settled into a gentle sway, a slow, rhythmic motion that seemed to mirror the traveler's breathing. In that faint glow, the polished altar reflected tiny points of light, like stars scattered across a dark lake. The traveler knelt. The floorboard beneath them was smooth and slightly warm, holding the lingering heat of the day gone by. They rested their hands on their lap, felt the soft weight of their own stillness, and allowed the quiet to deepen. Outside, far beyond the shrine walls, a night bird called once, a soft, distant sound that faded quickly into silence. Then nothing. Only the candle's small flame continued its gentle dance, offering a warmth that was more emotional than physical. Moments passed without shape or number, slipping easily into the kind of time that exists only in sacred places among deep mountains. And slowly, the traveler felt something soften inside their chest, a loosening of long-held tension, an easing of thoughts that had followed them for far too long. The candle flickered again, as if acknowledging this quiet release. The traveler exhaled in a long, calm breath. Everything was still. Everything was gentle. Everything was safe. In that stillness, the traveler realized that the mountain Sri knew is not a place to seek answers, but a place where questions naturally quieted in their own. The ancient steps behind them no longer echoed. The world had become soft, and the night deepened. Chapter 3: The Offering of Quiet. The traveler remained kneeling for a long, quiet moment, letting their breath fall into a slow, peaceful rhythm. Around them, the shrine held the silence carefully, as though it were something sacred, something meant to be protected. The single candle continued to glow with a calm, steady warmth. Its light brushed softly against the wooden pillars, revealing the gentle curve of grain and the faint polish earned from centuries of reverent hands. The traveler rose slowly, moving with the same quiet intention that filled the hall. Their footsteps were almost soundless as they approached a small wooden table set to the side of the sanctuary. On it rested offerings: a bowl of clear water, a few grains of uncooked rice, and a branch of evergreen leaves cut fresh earlier that day. Simple things, natural things, quiet things. The traveler felt drawn to the bowl of water. Its surface was perfectly still, so still that it reflected the lantern light like a strip of gentle moon. They leaned in slightly, watching how the reflection quivered with each soft breath they exhaled. Then, without thinking, they placed both hands gently on the sides of the bowl. The wood felt smooth and cool. The traveler closed their eyes. There was no wish in their mind, no specific thought. Only a sense of release, a quiet offering not of words but of stillness. As though the mountain accepted it, a faint breeze shifted through the hall. The candle's flame wavered, but did not go out. Its light danced slowly across the walls, painting gentle motions that soothed the traveler's senses. When they opened their eyes again, the bowl of water was unchanged, perfectly calm, perfectly still. But something within the traveler felt lighter, as if a small stone had been lifted from the depths of their thoughts and left behind. They placed the bowl carefully back in its place and turned to face the hall's entrance. Outside the half-open doors, the night had deepened into a soft indigo, the color that sits quietly between darkness and dawn, between thought and dream. Fireflies had begun to appear around the courtyard. Their lights blinked gently, slow and warm, matching the rhythm of the lanterns along the path. One drifted toward the door, floating with lazy grace, and hovered for a moment as though curious about the traveler. Its faint glow mingled with the candlelight in a tender, trembling shimmer. Then it drifted away, back into the quiet garden. The traveler stepped outside. The wooden veranda felt smooth underfoot, and slightly warm from the heat that had lingered since the late afternoon. The night air embraced them, cool, but soft, carrying the gentle scent of pine needles and distant rain. The world had grown so still that even the sound of breath seemed like part of the mountain's own quiet. The traveler leaned slightly against one of the wooden pillars and let their shoulders relax. Far above, a patch of sky opened between the tree branches. A few stars shone through faint, blurred slightly by a thin veil of night mist. The traveler did not reach for meaning or memory. They simply watched the sky, their mind drifting in slow, peaceful tides. And as the fireflies continued their gentle patterns through the garden, the night around the shrine settled into a deeper, calm stillness so soft, so complete, that it seemed to hold the traveler in a quiet embrace. Nothing moved hurriedly. Nothing asked anything of them. Everything was quiet. Everything was gentle. Everything was ready for rest. Chapter 4: The Guardian Trees and the Slow Breath of the Mountain. The traveler descended the wooden veranda steps with slow, unhurried movements, as though every motion was shaped by the quiet night itself. The stone courtyard Bellawad cooled fully after sunset. A thin layer of evening dew rested upon the stones, softening their texture and giving them a faint, moonlit sheen. The traveler's footsteps were almost inaudible, just the slightest brush of fabric and skin against the gentle stillness. On either side of the courtyard rose the two ancient guardian trees. Their trunks were immense, darkened with age, and wrapped with sacred Shimenawa ropes that glowed softly under the lantern light. The trees did not move. They simply stood, as they had always stood, solid, patient, and endlessly calm. But their presence could be felt in the air. Not as a sound, and not as a thought, but as a kind of steady, slow breath, a rhythm so subtle that it seemed to blend with the heartbeat of the mountain itself. The traveler approached them. The ground beneath the trees was carpeted with fallen needles and soft patches of moss. Each step sank gently, muffling every sound. The traveler lifted a hand and touched the nearest trunk. The bark was cool and uneven, its deep ridges and grooves fermented by centuries of wind, rain, and countless winter snows. But beneath the cool exterior, there was a warmth, a quiet, living warmth that pulsed with age-old calm. As the traveler kept their hand resting against the bark, their breathing naturally slowed. In soft and steady, out then softer, a breeze rose from deeper in the forest, rustling through the upper branches of the guardian trees. The sound was gentle, like the distant sigh of the sleeping woods. The leaves and needles whispered with a slow, rhythmic hush, a lullaby woven from wind and time. The traveler closed their eyes. The world softened further. The sound of the trees merged with the night air, and the night air merged with the traveler's breath, until everything moved in the same quiet rhythm. A faraway bell, perhaps from a smaller shrine somewhere lower on the mountain, rang once. A single, deep tone. It drifted upward, wrapped in mist and silence, and faded gently before reaching the courtyard. The traveler felt that small vibration in the iris. It disappeared. A reminder that the mountain was wide, that other paths existed, that other wanderers might also be walking quietly through the night. But here, in this small, sacred courtyard, nothing rushed. Nothing asked. Nothing pulled. The guardian trees allowed the traveler to simply exist, unhurried, unweighted, untethered. A firefly drifted between the trunks. Its small light pulsed slowly, brightening and dimming as though matching the quiet heartbeat of the mountain. The traveler watched it move through the still air. The faint glow reflected off the traveler's eyes for just a moment before the insect drifted onward, vanishing into the deeper shadows beyond the shrine. Another breath. Slow, soft. The traveler lowered their hand from the guardian tree's bark and stepped back. The quiet seemed to deepen in response, not darker, not heavier, but fuller. Comforting, embracing, steady. The traveler stood silently between the two great cedars, surrounded by their calm presence. And for a long moment, time drifted away. There was no before, no after, only the gentle now, a stillness that held the traveler like a warm hand upon the shoulder. Only when the breeze faded, and the leaves settled, did the traveler open their eyes again. The night remained soft, welcoming, unbroken. And the path toward the inner forest waited quietly ahead, lit only by the small lanterns and the occasional glow of wandering fireflies. The traveler breathed in once more, slow and deep, letting the mountain air settle inside. Then they began to walk toward the forest trail, each step carrying the calm of the guardian trees with them. Chapter 5: The Forest Trail beneath the moonless sky. The traveler stepped off the stone courtyard and onto the narrow forest trail that wound gently into the deeper woods. The moment their foot touched the soft earth, the quality of the night changed. The forest felt quieter here, not simply silent, but softened, as though each sound had been wrapped in layers of moss and shadow. The path was lined with tall cedar and maple trees, their trunks rising like pillars of darkness toward the unseen sky. The branches overlapped above, creating a natural canopy that let through almost no moonlight. The night was nearly moonless anyway, soft, muted, a sky of deep velvet without edge or shape. The lanterns placed along the path offered only the faintest glow. Their light did not stretch far, just a gentle howl that trembled with each breeze. The traveler walked slowly, guided by that subtle flickering. Their footsteps made almost no sound. The layer of fallen needles absorbed every impression, leaving only a faint whisper of movement. The air grew cooler and more humid as the trees thickened. A scent of damp soil, wet bark, and faint evergreen rose with each breath, a scent that soothed the traveler's senses as naturally as a warm blanket. Far above, a single owl gave a soft call around, low tone that echoed briefly between the trunks before fading into stillness. The traveler paused. In front of them, a stretch of the path seemed almost to dissolve into mist. It was not threatening, nor eerie, simply a veil of white that drifted calmly around the trees, as though the forest were exhaling in long, slow breaths. The traveler stepped into it. The mist curled gently around their ankles, then rose slowly to their knees, their waist, their shoulders cool, soft, feather-light. Sound changed again. Even the murmurs of the nighttime forest grew distant, muffled, thin, like hearing the world from beneath a thick futon in a winter morning. The traveler's breathing was now the clearest sound. In a calm, steady pull. Out a warm, drifting release. The mist thickened slightly as they walked deeper. Fireflies floated within it, their tiny lights diffused into glowing orbs that pulsed in slow patterns like faint stars caught in a cloud. The lantern light reflected off the mist as well, softening into gentle halos that made the path ahead seem dreamlike, almost unreal. The traveler's eyelids grew naturally heavier with each step, as though the forest were lulling them deeper and deeper into its quiet. At one bend in the trail, the trees opened slightly, revealing a small clearing. In the center, a large stone basin sat quietly on the ground, filled with perfectly still water. No leaves floated on its surface. Not a single ripple moved. The water was so calm that it reflected the faint lantern glow as a pale, trembling circle. The traveler knelt beside the basin. The stone was cool beneath their fingers. They leaned forward and gazed at the water's surface. Their own reflection did not appear. Only the dim halo of lantern light. Only the mist curls softly at the edges. only the faint glow of a drifting firefly passing overhead. It felt as though the basin held not water, but the stillness of the entire mountain night. The traveler lowered their head, their breath moving slowly, softly, in a rhythm that matched the quiet breathing of the forest. The mist shifted. The firefly lights pulsed. The basin remained calm. And in that small, hidden clearing, the traveler let the quiet sink deeper into their chest, their shoulders, their thoughts, a quiet so gentle that it felt like resting in the palms of something ancient and kind. Nothing hurried. Nothing stirred. The night held its breath. And the traveler felt themselves drifting into the softest edges of drowsiness, guided not by story or memory, but by the simple rhythm of silence. Chapter 6: The faint drifting lights of the inner grove. The traveler rose slowly from the stone basin, their movements unhurried, as though the mist itself guided their pace. The forest clearing behind them felt still, sealed in a pocket of timeless quiet. As they stepped back onto the trail, the mist parted gently, folding away like soft fabric until only a thin veil remained around the trees. The lanterns along the path ahead were spaced farther apart now. Each one glowed faintly, its light softened into a warm blur by the drifting moisture in the air. The traveler followed the path. Every few steps, a firefly floated by, slow, steady, almost drowsy in its movement. Their tiny pulses of light rose and fell like gentle breathing, casting faint glimmers across the moss-covered ground. The forest here felt different from the outer trails. The air was heavier, quieter in a deeper way, not empty, but full of something calm and ancient. Even the trees seemed to stand more closely together. Their trunks formed tall, dark shapes that curved softly along the path, their branches holding the night in a woven canopy high above. The traveler walked slowly, their senses relaxing with each careful step. There was no sound but the faint whisper of mist brushing against leaves. No movement but the drift of fireflies and the soft sway of distant branches responding to a breeze too subtle to feel. The world had become gentle in the quietest possible way. After a short distance, the path bent sharply and revealed a small grove, a rounded space between the trees that glowed faintly with moving light. The traveler paused. At first, it seemed like scattered lanterns shone among the branches. But as they stepped closer, it became clear that the lights were not lanterns at all. They were fireflies, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, floating in slow, almost dreamlike patterns, rising, falling, circling gently, drifting toward the tree-top sand, back down again. Their glow was faint, not bright enough to illuminate, but soft enough to make the grove shimmer like a pool of pale gold hidden in the forest. The travelers stood still, their breath quiet. Every part of the scene invited stillness. The faint pulse of the fireflies, the hush of the mist, the soft moss beneath their feet, the slow, patient rhythm of the deep forest night. The travelers stepped forward into the grove. The fireflies did not scatter. They simply drifted aside, making space with their gentle glow. The traveler lifted a hand, and one firefly floated close enough that its tiny light reflected faintly in the traveler's eyes before drifting away again. It left behind a small trail of afterglow, like a fading stroke of warm color painted onto the darkness. The traveler sat down in a patch of soft moss near the center of the grove. The forest floor here was so cushioned, so thick with moss and needles, that sitting felt like resting on a pillow of earth. The mist hovered low, curling around the traveler's legs. Its coolness was gentle, almost comforting. The fireflies continued their drifting dance slower now, as if the night itself were growing drowsy. With each breath, the traveler felt their own thoughts soften. The forest's rhythm matched their breathing. Their breathing matched the drifting lights. And the drifting lights matched the slow, ancient quiet of the mountain. Time became thin, loose, barely present. Only the faint glow remained, a soft, steady pulse that seemed to echo inside the traveler's chest. The fireflies circled in slow spirals. The mist rose and fell. The trees watched silently, and the traveler sat, cradled gently in the inner grove's deep, slow, soothing quiet. Nothing asked them to move. Nothing urged them onward. The night simply breathed around them. And the traveler, wrapped in the calm, breathed with it so softly that even the forest might not have noticed. Chapter 7: The Whisper Beneath the Cedar Roots. The traveler remained in the grove until the fireflies' glow softened to an even slower rhythm, as though the entire forest were drifting towards sleep. When they finally rose, the moss beneath them held the faint shape of where they had rested, a quiet imprint that slowly lifted as the mist flowed back over it. The path beyond the grove narrowed and dipped downward. Tall cedar trees lined both sides, their trunks rising straight like pillars holding up the night. The air here was cooler. The mist is thicker. It curled low around the traveler's ankles and drifted in pale threads around the roots of the trees. Each step felt a little slower, a little heavier, not from effort, but from the forest's gentle pull, a soft invitation to relax into its quiet. As the traveler continued, the sound of water emerged faintly ahead. It wasn't a stream, not quite. It was softer, a thin, continuous murmur as though water were sliding calmly beneath layers of roots and stone. The path widened again into a small hollow. A single cedar tree stood at the center, its trunk thick and ancient. Its roots spread wide, curling above the earth like the edges of a resting creature. Between the roots, in a shallow depression, water glimmered quietly, a small pool no larger than a lantern's reflection. Mist hovered above it like a pale lid, lifting and settling with the slightest movements of air. The traveler approached. The surface of the pool did not reflect the trees, nor the sky, nor the traveler. It reflected only the mist, a gentle, shifting whiteness that made the pool look as though it held a piece of drifting cloud. A faint sound rose from it, soft enough to be mistaken for breathing. It was steady, calm, and endlessly patient. The traveler knelt beside the pool. The cedar roots formed a low, natural arch over the water. The mist beneath the roots moved slowly, swaying in a rhythm the traveler could not place, a rhythm older than the forest itself. The sound continued, a soft, flowing murmur. Not words, not music, only a steady whisper that seemed to corrode mountains' long memory. The traveler leaned closer to listen. The whisper did not change. It did not grow louder or softer. But the longer the traveler listened, the more the sound seemed to settle inside them, not as meaning, but as warmth, as calm, as a gentle heaviness behind the eyes. The mist drifted upward and brushed the traveler's face, cool, light, barely there. The cedar tree above them stood unmoving, its branches reaching high into the unseen sky. Its presence felt steady, as though it had watched centuries of nights just like this one. The traveler placed a hand lightly on one of the roots. It was warm, warmer than the air, a slow warmth, like a stone that had held sunlight long after dusk. The whispering water continued its soft murmur. The mist continued its slow rise and fall. And the traveler, kneeling beneath the ancient cedar, felt their breath fall into sync with the quiet rhythm of the hidden pool. Nothing around them hurried, nothing shifted, nothing demanded thought. Only the whisper remained steady, soothing, endlessly patient, as though inviting the traveler to rest a little longer in the calm beneath the cedar roots. Chapter 8: Breathing with the Mountain. The traveler rose slowly from the cedar's roots, their hands brushing lightly against the moss and earth. The pool of still water remained behind, its whisper fading only slightly into the night's deep silence. The forest path continued onward, narrow and winding, lined with towering cedars and pines. Every step made a soft, muted impression in the thick carpet of fallen needles. The mist rose in thin spirals around the traveler's ankles, curling and dispersing gently with each movement of air. Above, the canopy was dense, almost concealing the faint starlight. Yet small gaps let silver threads fall, dancing quietly across the forest floor. The light shimmered softly on damp leaves, highlighting their delicate veins, then vanished again into shadow. The travelers slowed their pace. Each breath became deliberate, deep, and unhurried. Inhale soft and cool. Exhale warm and dissolving into the night. A faint breeze moved through the branches, and the subtle rustle of needles seemed to echo the traveler's rhythm. The forest and the traveler shared the same gentle cadence, the same slow, steady heartbeat. Along the trail, small stones and the roots of trees created uneven textures underfoot. The traveler felt them, not as obstacles, but as part of the night's careful choreography, reminders of presence, soft anchors in the flowing stillness. The mist thickened slightly as the path descended into a shallow hollow. A distant, flowing sound rose a stream, soft and hidden beneath the trees, its gentle movement merging seamlessly with the breathing of wind, mist, and leaves. The traveler knelt by a tree whose roots curled outward like resting arms. Fingers brushed the soft, cool bark. It felt alive in a quiet, slow way, holding the calm of countless nights without effort or thought. The forest seemed to respond. A small leaf fell, spinning lazily in the dim light, landing softly on the moss. A firefly hovered nearby, its faint glow rising and falling in gentle pulses, mirroring the traveler's slow, deep breath. The night's sounds were almost imperceptible, but they existed: the soft sigh of wind, the distant trickle of water, the faint murmur of unseen creatures moving through the dark. Each sound was a gentle lull, woven into the rhythm of the mountain. The traveler leaned slightly against the tree trunk, closing their eyes. The cool bark pressed softly to their shoulder, the mist brushed their face, and the breath of the forest moved in steady harmony with their own. An exhale, release. Each cycle drew the traveler deeper into the quiet. Each sound, each shimmer of light, each subtle shift of mist folded seamlessly into the night and into the traveler's senses. The path ahead curved slightly, leading toward a darker part of the forest. But the darkness was soft, never threatening. It was merely another layer of stillness, inviting the traveler to move slowly, to let the night carry them, step by step, breath by breath, toward rest. The mountain exhaled around them. The trees held their positions. The fireflies continued their gentle dance. The mist rose and fell, like a wave that never rushed, never faltered. And the traveler walked on, completely cradled in the slow, patient rhythm of a mountain night that had existed long before the monde would exist long after. Their mind began to blur between thought and quiet, between presence and dream. Every step became lighter, every breath slower, every sense softening into the embrace of the forest. Chapter 9, Where Lantern Light Fades. The traveler continued along the quiet trail, and slowly, the forest began to change. The trees grew farther apart. The canopy thinned. A faint openness settled into the air, like the soft moment just before dawn, yet night still held the mountain gently, unhurried and complete. As the path widened, a small wooden lantern appeared red standing beside the trail. Its frame was old, edges softened by years of wind and rain. Inside, a tiny flame glowed behind delicate paper, its light trembling softly in the mist. The lanterns glowed, not cut through the darkness. Instead, it blended with it a warm, quiet shimmer, spilling only a small circle of amber onto the moss below. The traveler approached, the soft crunch of needles beneath their feet melting into silence as they entered the lantern's gentle halo. Shadows drifted along the ground, moving as the flame pulsed and breathed. The traveler watched the small fire dance, its movements slow, almost sleepy, as though it too felt the weight of the mountain's calm. A thin thread of smoke rose from the lantern, curling lazily upward before dissolving into the mist. Its scent was faint, a soft trace of cedar oil and old wood, warm and comforting like the memory of a hearth long extinguished. The traveler placed a hand in the lantern's wooden post. It felt smooth and cool, worn by countless evenings and quiet footsteps that had passed this way before. The light flickered and dimmed slightly, then steadied again, as though acknowledging the traveler's presence. Beyond the lantern, the path curved gently toward a deeper pool of shadow. The traveler stood in the soft glow a moment longer, letting the warmth wrap around them like a small blanket of light. The mist carried the lantern's glow a short distance into the air, spreading it thinly, diluting it into a pale golden haze. Where the light faded, the darkness resumed with gentle acceptance, not harsh, not cold, but like the soft interior of a closing shell. As the traveler moved forward, the lantern's light slowly dimmed behind them. It did not vanish at once. Instead, it dissolved gradually into a faint shimmer, a suggestion of warmth lingering in the trees. Soon the glow became only a memory, a small comfort held inside the traveler's chest. Ahead, the path descended again. The sound of the forest grew even quieter, as though the mountain were preparing to fall asleep fully. The mist thickened not in an overwhelming way, but in a soft, drifting layer that rose around the travelers' legs and moved in gentle waves with every step they took. Their breath fell into the same rhythm as the shifting mist. Slow, even, unbroken. The edges of the trees blurred slightly. Shadows softened. Light and darkness began to blend into a single quiet haze. The traveler felt the forest cradling them more completely now. Every sound, every movement of air, every tremble of branches leading them deeper into a calm that wrapped around the mind like a warm blanket. The lantern behind them was no longer visible, but its warmth remained close, a soft glow within the hush of the mountain night. And the traveler walked on, each footstep slower than the last, as though they were moving not through the forest, but through a dream unfolding gently around them. Chapter 10 The Bridge Wrapped in Mist. The path continued downward until the forest floor leveled out into a small clearing. The mist here was thicker, gathered like a pale blanket resting softly over the earth. It swayed gently with the faintest breath of wind, moving in quiet waves that blurred the edges of everything they touched. At the far end of the clearing, a small wooden bridge emerged from the mist. Its railings were simple and low. Drops of moisture clung to the wood, catching what little light remained and turning it into a faint silver sheen. The travelers stepped toward the bridge. Their footsteps made no sound, the moss beneath them absorbing even the slightest pressure. The night felt deeper here, more complete. The world seemed to pause. As they reached the bridge, a cool breath of air slid beneath the wooden planks, rising slowly to meet the traveler's face. It carried with it the scent of fresh water, stone, and fallen leaves, a clean, quiet fragrance that spread through the senses like a soft, calming tide. Beneath the bridge, a narrow stream flowed without hurry. Its movement was almost soundless, like water dreaming its way through the mountain. Only occasionally did a faint ripple appear, catching a glint of pale light before dissolving again into the smooth, dark surface. The traveler rested a hand in the bridge's railing. The wood was cool and slightly damp, yet steady, a reassuring stillness beneath their fingertips. The mist drifted across the planks, curling softly around the traveler's feet, as though guiding them gently to walk forward. They stepped onto the bridge. The wood creaked faintly, not sharply, but like an old whisper, almost blending into the sound of the water below. Each step made the bridge sway ever so slightly, its movement slow and rhythmic, like breathing. Halfway across, the traveler paused. The mist around them grew denser, moving in slow spirals that rose and fell like sleepy tides. The railing on either side faded gently into the pale haze until the traveler felt as though they were standing in the middle of a floating path drifting through clouds. The stream continued its quiet flow, a soothing murmur beneath the shifting mist. A few leaves floated by, their silhouettes drifting lazily across the surface before slipping softly under the bridge's shadow. The traveler closed their eyes. Their breath matched the water's rhythm. Slow, unbroken, gentle. The bridge felt still beneath them, yet not rigid, more like a steady hand cradling them above the stream's whisper. When they opened their eyes, the mist had thinned slightly, revealing the far end of the bridge and the trail continuing into another quiet pocket of the forest. The traveler stepped forward again, the creaking wood beneath them now softer, more distant. The mist parted slowly as they walked, each step carrying them deeper into the mountain's calm. At the end of the bridge, the trail rose gently uphill, leading into a grove where the air seemed even stiller than before, a place where sound moved slowly, and time itself softened around the edges. The traveler paused once more, glancing back. The bridge was nearly gone behind a curtain of mist, its faint outline already blending into the quiet night. Only the sound of the stream remained a constant, soothing presence guiding the traveler's breath into a slower, deeper calm. And then, with quiet steps, they continued forward into the grove ahead, the forest closing gently behind them like a soft, protective embrace. Chapter 11: The Grove That Listens. The trail rose gently, curving through the trees until the travelers stepped into a grove unlike any they had passed before. The air here was still not simply quiet, but deeply, completely calm, as though the grove itself were holding a long, patient breath. Tall pines and cedars stood in a wide circle, their trunks straight and unmoving. Their branches stretched outward, interlacing high above to form a natural canopy that filtered the faint starlight into soft, drifting fragments. The ground was covered in a thick layer of moss, so smooth and undisturbed that it looked like a blanket spread carefully by the forest itself. The mist that followed the traveler thinned at the grove's edge, then moved inward with slow, delicate hesitation, as though the place asked for silence even from the mist. When the traveler stepped inside, their foot sank slightly into the soft moss. No sound followed, not even the faintest whisper. It felt as though the grove absorbed everything: sound, movement, thought, and softened it before releasing it back into the night. The traveler stood still for a long moment. In that stillness, a subtle presence seemed to gather around them, not a being, not a voice, just a gentle awareness, as if the grove were listening to their quiet arrival. A few leaves drifted from above, falling so slowly that they appeared weightless. One landed near the traveler's feet, barely disturbing the moss. Somewhere beyond the trees, a faint breeze sighed, but when it reached the grove, it slowed too. The softest movement of air, cool against the traveler's cheek, like a breath-given shape. The traveler walked deeper inside. Each step felt lighter than the last, as though the grove were lifting the weight from their body, letting it dissolve into the quiet. The scent of the place was subtle, fresh pine, damp earth, a hint of distant water carried by wind. Each breath seemed to deepen the calm, settling warmly in the traveler's chest. At the center of the grove stood a large, smooth stone. Its surface was palely and rounded by time, as though the mountain had shaped it gently over countless years. The traveler approached and placed a hand on it. The stone was cool in the way night stones are, but not cold. Its surface held a faint, lingering warmth, like the echo of sunlight that had touched it long ago. The traveler sat beside it. Moss cushioned their body, soft and welcoming. The air barely moved. The night wrapped around them like a gentle shawl of stillness. Their breathing slowed almost unconsciously. Ina's soft weight settling. Out a sense of release drifting away. The grove listened. No rustle. No distant call. No movement of water. Only the quiet presence of trees, the faint shimmering of mist, and the slow, steady rhythm of breath. The traveler's thoughts began to loosen, their edges blurring, floating lightly, unhurried, like leaves on a calm stream. The stone at their side radiated its muted warmth, a grounding presence, steady and ancient. Above, a small opening in the canopy revealed a sliver of sky, not bright, not sharp, just a gentle smear of light, the distant stars dimmed by the mist below. Nothing in the grove asked for action. Nothing pressed for movement. Nothing urged them forward. It simply held them, patiently, quietly, as though offering a placebo pause entirely. The traveler's eyes softened, their breath deepened, and the forest's presence wrapped around them in a hush so complete that even the boundaries of waking and dreaming began to dissolve. The grove listened, and the traveler rested. Chapter 12 Steps beneath the sleeping trees. For a long while, the traveler remained seated in the listening grove, their breath woven gently into the silence around them. When they finally stood, it was with slow, unhurried movement, as though their body rose not from effort, but from the forest's soft encouragement. The path leading out of the grove was narrow and pale, almost hidden beneath a thin veil of mist. It wound gently between the trees, each turn flowing into the next like the quiet curves of a mountain stream. The traveler began to walk. Their footsteps sank softly into the moss, leaving faint impressions that rose again gradually as the forest smoothed them out. A cool draft drifted from somewhere deeper in the woods, carrying with it the faint scent of wet stone and the hush of distant water. The trees here were taller and older. Their trunks rose in long vertical lines, vanishing into darkness above, where branches intertwined to form a soft ceiling that held the night gently in place. Each tree stood like a pillar holding up the stillness. The traveler walked more slowly with each step, as though the forest itself guided them into a rhythm meant for quiet minds and tired thoughts. The mist played around their ankles, curling forward a few steps, then drifting backward again, never rushed, never hurried. A small breeze passed through the trees, not strong enough to shake the branches, but just enough to stir the tips of leaves in a soft ripple. The sound was so subtle, so faint, that it seemed more like a memory than a sound of the present moment. Ahead, a wooden marker stood crooked ly at the path's edge. Its paint had faded long ago, leaving only the soft silhouette of characters that the traveler could not read. But the gentle tilt of the post suggested guidance, not direction, but reassurance that they were still on a path meant to be walked slowly. The traveler brushed a hand against the marker. The wood was rough, ridged with time, but warm from the air that surrounded it. Beyond it, the path widened slightly as a stand of bamboo appeared, their slender stalks rising like green columns in the moonless dark. The bamboo leaves shifted softly in the breeze, a faint tremor of sound like distant rain, dry, delicate, steady. The traveler paused there. The wind through bamboo had a calming rhythm, a whispering cadence that soothed the thoughts gathering in their mind. Each soft rustle seemed to brush away another layer of tension, leaving only a quiet heaviness that settled comfortably in the traveler's limbs. They stepped forward again, and the bamboo parted slightly, opening a narrow corridor that felt like a transition, a passage from the world of waking to the gentler world just beneath it. The moon remained hidden, but the mist reflected what little starlight there was, casting the path in a pale, dreamlike glow. Here, the air was cooler. Breathing felt deeper, slower. The bamboo swayed gently, each stalk leaning just enough to touch another, passing. Small vibrations from stem to stem, a soft chain of quiet sound, a subtle conversation among the sleeping plants. The traveler's steps matched that rhythm. They barely noticed the shift, but their body moved to the forest's slow pulse, a natural lullaby woven into the landscape. The deeper they walked, the more the edges of the world blurred softly. Trees became silhouettes. Mist became a pale tide. Footsteps became echoes felt more than heard. The traveler's breath grew slow and warm, falling into the same cadence as the forest's long exhale. The bamboo corridor curved gently and the traveler followed, as though already halfway into dreaming. Chapter 13 The Faint Glow Beyond the Pines. The bamboo corridor gradually widened until the stalks thinned and the path opened into a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The pines towered silently, their branches stretching outward like wide, sheltering arms. The mist gathered more thickly here, collecting in soft layers that rose and fell with the gentlest movements of air, so slow that it was difficult to tell whether they were truly shifting or simply breathing. At the center of the clearing, a faint glow shimmered, not a lantern, not a firefly, but a soft, diffused light hovering close to the ground, as though the mist itself had learned how to hold a pale, quiet radiance. The traveler walked toward it. With each step, the forest grew quieter. The world softened. Their own presence seemed to grow light and subtle, like a shadow that could drift away at any moment. The glow brightened slightly as they approached, but never enough to pierce the darkness, only enough to blend with it gently. When the traveler reached it, they saw that the light came from a small stone basin, half covered in moss. Water filled the shallow depression, still and mirror-like, reflecting nothing but the soft haze above it. The glow hovered just above the water's surface, shifting gently in slow, delicate waves as though mimicking the rhythm of breath. The traveler knelt beside it. A cool, steady calm spread through the air, warmth and chill blending into a single, soothing balance. The night wrapped around them, thick and gentle, like a blanket settling over tired shoulders. The surface of the water did not ripple when the traveler leaned closer. It remained perfectly still, a silent pool that held the forest's quiet within its pale, glowing surface. The traveler exhaled. The mist swayed in response, barely, subtly, but enough to show that the grove itself was breathing with them, matching the slow cadence of their lungs. A pine cone dropped somewhere beyond the clearing, but its sound was muted, softened immediately by the thick carpet of needles. It felt less like a noise and more like a gentle reminder that the forest was alive in its own slow, dreaming way. A faint breeze drifted in, carrying the scent of cool stone and distant water. It brushed across the traveler's face like a soft hand, steady and reassuring. The traveler rested one hand in the moss near the basin. The ground felt warm, a deep, quiet warmth, as though the earth held a long memory of sunlight and seasons. Their eyelids grew heavier. Their breath is slower. Their thoughts softer, lighter, loosening like threads unwoven gently by the night. The glow brightened again, only slightly, as if acknowledging the traveler's stillness. The air around them grew thick with calm, soothing the muscles, softening the senses, blurring the boundary between body and forest. For a moment, the traveler could not tell where the mist ended and where they began. The world flowed together in seamless quiet, pine, earth, moss, breath, glow, all part of the same slow, peaceful tide. Nothing stirred, nothing rushed, nothing called them onward. The clearing simply waited, patient and steady, cradling the traveler in the deepest quiet the mountain night had to offer. Chapter 14 Whisper of the Sleeping Earth. The clearing remained utterly still, as though wrapped in a layer of silence too soft to disturb. The traveler stayed kneeling beside the glowing basin, but soon their posture relaxed, their body growing heavy in the gentlest, most natural way, like a leaf settling onto a quiet stream. They lowered themselves onto the moss-covered ground, feeling its softness rise to meet them, a natural cushion formed by years of fallen pine needles, summer rains, and wind-swept seasons. The earth beneath them held a deep, slow warmth, a warmth that seemed to pulse faintly, not like a heartbeat, but like the memory of one. A warmth that said, "You are safe here. You can rest." Above, the tall pines watched silently, their branches unmoving, like guardians carved from the very darkness. The faint glow hovering over the basin reflected softly on the traveler's face, casting gentle light that rose and fell as if breathing. The mist drifted closer, curling around the traveler in soft ribbons, wrapping them in a quiet veil of cool, calming air. Every sound became distant, hushed, the whispers of night insects, the sigh of the wind somewhere far between the trees, the settling of old branches high overhead. Even the traveler's own breath seemed quieter, slower, almost blending with the soft exhale of the earth itself. Lying there, they felt their thoughts begin to dissolve, not disappear, but gently drift apart, loosening like petals released into still water. Small memories surfaced, the feeling of soft sand from journeys long ago, the sound of creek water trickling over stones, the warmth of sunlight through leaves in early spring. Each memory appeared only for a moment, then sank back into the calm darkness, leaving behind a drifting sense of peace. The glow above the basin dimmed slightly, its light softening like the final amber hue of dusk before true night. Yet its presence remained steady, a constant, gentle reminder that the grove was watching over them. A faint vibration trembled through the moss. Not enough to startle, barely strong enough to be felt, a subtle hum, like a distant chord played in the deepest part of the earth. The traveler felt it move through their body, loosening tension from tired muscles, smoothing the edges of weary thoughts. It was as though the mountain was offering a lullaby, not in words, but in sensation, in quiet, rhythmic waves of warmth and calm. The pines swayed ever so slightly, their needles rustling with a soft whisper, a whisper too delicate to be heard clearly, yet filled with meaning in its gentle cadence. The whisper said, "Rest. Breathe. The night will hold you." The traveler's eyelids grew heavier still, their breath settling into a slow, even rhythm that matched the pulse of the forest. Time softened. The boundaries between moments stretched thin, blending into one another like mist unfurling across still water. The glow dimmed again, becoming no more than a pale shimmer in the haze, yet somehow even more comforting in its softness. The earth beneath them felt warm and alive, filled with a quiet strength that wrapped around them like a long, steady embrace. The traveler did not move. They did not need to. Everything around them, the pines, the moss, the mist, the glow, the deep stillness, all held them gently in. A place where there was nothing to do, nothing to remember, nothing to seek. Only rest. Only quiet. Only the soft, sleeping voice of the mountain night. Chapter 15. Lanterns beneath the silent pines. The night deepened, settling over the shrine grove in gentle, velvety layers. Each minute drifted quietly into the next, like falling ash from an unseen fire. The traveler remained resting on the warm moss, their breath slow, their body heavy in the most peaceful way, as though the forest itself had lifted the weight from their shoulders. Above them, the mist parted slightly, and a soft glow, warmer, more golden than before, began to appear between the dark pillars of the pine trunks. It flickered once, then steadied, like a lantern hung somewhere just beyond sight. But there was no lantern, no flame, only the glow. It moved slowly, not floating but unfolding like a bloom opening its petals in slow motion. The light drifted downward, as though descending from a place beyond the edges of the grove, beyond the reach of ordinary night. It settled in a quiet cluster near the roots of a great cedar, taking shape as small, glowing orbs no larger than fireflies, yet heavier in presence, as though carrying some ancient memory of light. They flickered softly, their glow pulsing with a rhythm that felt alive, calm, and undeniably gentle. The traveler, still lying on the moss, watched with half-closed eyes, not startled, not fully awake, but resting in a place between awareness and dreams. A faint breeze stirred the pine needles, carrying the scent of cool stone and distant rain. The glowing orbs responded, their light shimmering in delicate waves not bright enough to disturb, only enough to soothe. One orb drifted closer. It hovered just above the traveler's hand, casting a faint warmth over their skin, a warmth that was softer than candlelight, gentler than moonlight, something between light and touch. The warmth seeped through their fingers, then into their arm, then through their chest, a slow, spreading calm that loosened every muscle one by one. The traveler's breath deepened again. Outside the grove, the mountain whimsy med to exhale, its distant sigh echoing faintly through the trees. The glowing orbs began to drift upward once more, rising like lanterns released into the night sky. They ascended slowly, so slowly that each movement felt like a suggestion rather than an action. The pines did not move. The moss did not move. Even the mist seemed to pause, letting the orbs pass through its pale layers without resistance. High above the traveler, the orbs formed a gentle arc, like a constellation drawn so low it could almost be touched. Their faint light filtered through branches and needles, creating soft patterns in the traveler's face, lines of gold, shadows of green, ripples of pale white. Everything felt slower, softer, deeper. The earth beneath them was warm. The air around them was cool. The balance between the two cradled them perfectly, like two hands cupping them from either side. The orbs pulsed once, a final, gentle breath, and then slowly faded, not extinguished, but folded back into the darkness from which they had come. The traveler's eyes slipped closed, not from exhaustion, but from the simple sweetness of rest. The forest remained silent. Completely, perfectly silent, as though holding its breath for the sake of the sleeping soul and its care. Chapter 16. The breath of the ancient cedars. The night had settled into its quietest hour. Even the distant mountain windshod softened into a low, steady hush, a breath so gentle it felt more like memory than sound. The travelers slept beneath the towering pines, their body resting in perfect stillness in the moss-covered ground. Above them, the ancient cedars rose like pillars of a hidden temple, their trunks silent, their branches unmoving, as if carved from the stillness itself. Yet, within that stillness, there was life. A slow, quiet life, the kind that existed long before human footsteps ever found this mountain. The cedars breathed, not with lungs, but with the subtle expansion and settling of wood and bark, a quiet rhythm that echoed through the grove like a distant heartbeat. The traveler did not wake, but their body responded, breathing deeper, slowing further, sinking into the rhythm of the trees. A faint coolness drifted down from the high branches, carrying with it the scent of cedar resin and night rain. It brushed gently across the traveler's face, so light it felt almost like a dream, a whisper moving past their skin. The moss beneath them held its warmth, cradling the weight of their body as if remembering every sleeping traveler who had ever rested here. Far above, a small cluster of clouds passed slowly across the moon, their edges glowing softly like silver silk draped across the sky. The light dimmed, the shadows deepened. The quietness grew heavier, not oppressive, but comforting, like a thick blanket drawn gently over weary shoulders. In the distance, the faintest echo of flowing water reached the grove, a delicate murmur from a stream hidden in the valley below. It blended seamlessly with the cedar breath rhythm, weaving together a slow, soothing lullaby that belonged solely to this forest night. The traveler's fingers relaxed completely, falling open on the soft moss. Their breathing fell into perfect harmony with the ancient trees, each inhale deep, each exhale long, each moment quieter than the last. The air grew cooler. The night grew deeper. The forest's silence thickened around the montil, even time seemed hesitant to move. A single cedar cone fell softly onto the moss nearby, its sound so delicate it was almost lost in the hush of the grove. A tiny, gentle tap, followed by stillness. Nothing else moved. Nothing else is needed. The traveler was safe, held, carried gently toward the slow, warm darkness that waits beneath sleep. The cedars watched in their unmoving silence, as they had for centuries. And the night rested with them. Final chapter: the night that holds everything. The forest had grown as quiet could be. No wind. No footsteps, no rustling leaves, only the deep, steady hush of a mountain night that had finally reached its absolute stillness. The traveler lay where the cedars bowed overhead, their breath deep, slow, and perfectly calm. The moss beneath them held their shape gently, as though the earth itself had softened to let them rest. Far above, the moon drifted behind its final veil of clouds, its silver glow fading into a soft, muted gray that blended seamlessly with the sky. The darkness did not feel empty. It felt warm. It felt full, as though every shadow was a hand offering comfort. The cedars no longer breathed loudly enough for even the forest to notice. Their rhythm had slowed until it matched the traveler's own. In that perfect stillness, something subtle began to unfold, not light, not sound, but a presence as so gentle it could barely be perceived. It settled around the traveler's shoulders like a resting blanket, soft and weightless, made of silence itself. Their body grew heavier. Their thoughts grew lighter. Their awareness loosened like a string slipping free from its final knot. A long exhale. Another. Slower. Softer. Quieter. The darkness deepened, but it did not close. It opened into a vast, warm space where everything was allowed to rest. Even the smallest noise from the distant stream faded into memory, becoming part of the night instead of rising above it. Even the faint scent of cedar resin dulled gently into something effortless, barely there, like a dream that forgets itself while it is still happening. There was no sense of time. No need for movement. No reason to return to the surface of thought. The traveler sank deeper, and deeper, and deeper still, into the moss, into the darkness, into the hush that waited patiently for them to arrive. Their breaths softened to a barely audible whisper. A final flicker of thought slipped free, not a memory, not a word, just a feeling of gentle release. And then, stillness. Complete, quiet, boundless stillness. The cedars stood watch. The mountain held them. The night embraced them with the softness of endless rest. Sleep came with no edge, no beginning, no end, spreading like warm shadow, holding every part of them in peace. The traveler did not wake. They simply drifted slowly, quietly, beautifully into the deep, welcoming dark. Good night.